Good afternoon. A little early start today. It's going to be getting stormy here in a bit, so get that in before Alf starts going nutty. It'll probably end early tonight as well. And work might interfere. And what else? There's another reason. Oh, if my hand behaves. I got a nice little wasp sting on my ring finger on my left hand, and it's been annoying today. So hopefully it doesn't bother me. Anyway, so we left off last time with we'd made a pivot on how we were generating mobs and made a lot of different changes. I was just going back up through this whole to-do list thing that we did. And my to-do between then and now was to come up with at least some placeholder data for mob spawn weights and names and all that and stat blocks and everything for the different tiers. And I did. I'm not going to say they're great, but they exist. So here's our mob types. We got stat blocks in here for everything now. You can kind of clearly see I did a lot of laziness, and they sound like they'll be about the same, and obviously that'll all get tweaked in the end, but I wanted a little bit of variety, but didn't go too crazy with it. And that, if I parse it out like nice JSON, it looks like this. So you've got tier 0, which is our boss tier, which is why like health is so high on it. But then tier 1, much lower, tier 2, 3. And I think this boss health is probably still low because the idea for this is just a kind of a group activity. This is probably a much bigger number that gets drawn down over time. Still got to figure out the boss mechanics anyway. But yeah, so it's the stat blocks, all 4 tiers, uh, random / copy pasted a bunch to get it all in there. Thank you, Llama. Thank you for the sub. 7 months, huh? Wow. You put up with me for 7 months. And I've put up with your dad jokes for 7 months. But thank you. Yeah, dad jokes. You want more dad jokes? Did you say that? Okay. And then my other to do was I did also put some respawn timer things again, just random, just ones of different timers on them. That was pretty good. I give you some credit there. A little lighter. It was pretty good. How about it's not really a dad joke, it's just a weird joke. A rabbit, a priest, and a monk walk into a bar. One is misspelled. There you go. It was a yeah. I imagine a lot of younger kids don't know what a Zippo is. I don't know. Does that? I assume the brand is still around, right? I guess they're not called that anymore commonly. I was never a smoker, but I at least knew what a Zippo was and lighters and all that stuff. So, um, I don't know. I don't know. Is Zippo still a brand? Does it still exist? I'm not going to search for it in my normal browser because I don't want to get lighter related things. Zippo still a brand? Zippo.com USA. There it is. They're fancier than they used to be, but there's your that's your lighter fuel itself. Yeah, the good old lighters. Yep. Ain't cheap. 2026 collectible of the year, $160. This thing got gold in it? Red epoxy filled Zippo flame icon. So that's just epoxy. Black coated steel insert. It's numbered. Okay. That seems a bit excessive for a lighter. I'm sorry. Where is said number? Oh, there's only 5,000 of them. You can get on top of that. I mean, it's not even something that's like interesting to look at. Bradford, Pennsylvania. Huh? Didn't know that. Now I know. All metal construction about 1.5 times as thick as a standard Zippo case. Lifetime guarantee, huh? Okay. True. It is a collector thing, I guess. And it's probably cheaper than Pokemon cards. But yeah. I'm not a Pokemon card collector or a Zippo lighter collector. Some of these are kind of cool looking. Like that card one is kind of cool. I wouldn't get it for the use. It would just be the look, but I don't collect a bunch of stuff to keep around. Ooh, America 250. Yeah, is there one with Trump's face on it? Because I know you want that one. I'll get that one for you, Llama, if you want that. Interesting. The more you know. Okay. Well, I will let Trump know that his healthcare plan is working well. He's bringing more people into the hospital and more sicknesses by selling his lighter. I'm sure he has one. I'm sure you can find one with his face on it if you really wanted it. So your mom burned thousands of them in a box when you moved out, huh? I know my uncle on my mom's side had a whole bunch of baseball cards from the 50s and 60s. So the expensive ones, the valuable ones. And when he moved out, her mom threw them away. So yeah, had a lot there too. So no, I don't know the feeling, but I understand the situation that probably happened. So yeah. Um. Anyway, so the other part was names. So again, I have names in here. I'm not going to say they're all great names, but I basically took a bunch of adjectives that looked decent and said, "Hey, put these against the names that I have in a random order." And I did that. And most of them were kind of most of them fit. I wasn't too random about it, um but now we've got for each tier a name. So if we look at well, mouse just left my screen. There we go. Look at bear, for example. Um, tier 0 world size, or your boss's world size. Yeah, that's a terrible name. I wouldn't use an adjective. Young, stout, hulking, monstrous. So general idea. They all have something. This was all placeholder. None of this is final. I also kind of sort of filled in the aggressive, skinnable, mineable, harvestable. Some of them are a little odd. I was like, I thought ant, for example, like what would I consider ant? So here's ant. Would I consider it aggressive? No, probably not. Skinnable? I mean, if it's big enough, sure, why not? Not mineable. Harvestable, if we have like weird growth ants that have fungus on them, maybe. Um, so, now again, is that going to stay that way? Who knows? But their settings, they're different. It'll at least show us that things are working as they're supposed to. That's the idea of what was filled in here, not for final data. And since now all of this is dynamically generated, it's not getting statically held, it's easy to change it later. So, well, that's no good. Well, sometimes I think I heard, where did I hear this? I forget where I heard this recently, but somebody made the comment, I only consider my family people that I want to be around. Just because you're blood related to me doesn't make you my family that I care about, right? So everybody has that. Sometimes you're better off without certain parts of your family. um, but there's certain parts of my family that I just claim to not exist right now. Go get your ball. Um, but that sucks. Getting kicked out sucks. Um, but hopefully things have gotten better without them around as much if they didn't want you there in the first place. So, um, okay, so we got that stuff. I filled that stuff in. Don't stare at me like that, Alf. Stop. Ow! Why'd you make me snap my fingers, Alf? Mm, that was rude. Don't make me do that. Stop it. Um, yeah, so I picked up I was out Sunday trimming bushes and doing yard work, and I had the was it 6 foot ladder up out, and I was putting it away, and I put it back down. I was taking that and something else back to the storage, and I put the ladder down outside while I took something else inside of it. Came back out to pick up the ladder, and in that time, of probably like a minute at most, a wasp landed up underneath exactly where I was going to put my hand to pick it up and pull it in, and it just put its stinger right into my finger, on my index finger. Oh God, that hurt. So now it's a little swollen, but it's gotten better throughout the day. I can see the spot it stung me in the hole, but the stinger is gone. So anyway, so today, I kind of reorganized this stuff because things were getting out of whack, but we need to start figuring out how to trigger us entering a land block or a sub land block and triggering the stuff that gets generated on entry. So triggering the weather, mobs, resource chests, and loose loot. And all of this stuff we have settings for now. So if we look at terrain types, for example, we have our, where was it? Visual, was it terrain? I thought it was in here. Where was the loose loot thing? I thought we set that up somewhere. I'm drawing a total blank on where that was. I thought it was in here. Oh, it was in tiers. That's right. It's in our tiers table. So in our tiers table, depending on the tier we're in, determines how many mobs we get, how many pieces of loose loot, chests, resources, and whatnot. We don't have, for the resource types, don't have any of that loaded in here, or spawn weights. Those don't exist, so we won't really be able to spawn that quite yet. So I probably should take this and put it down somewhere else. It happened down here, I think. Yeah, it's already mentioned there, so we'll pull that off of that so we don't worry about that because we don't have that filled out yet. We can determine the number of chests and number of loose loot, but we can't do anything about the actual loot that's there or what's in the chests or what the mob would drop. It was just basically saying this would exist. The weather, the only thing we need to fill in before we can do that is on terrain types. We've got to fill in the weather parameter ranges. And that should be pretty straightforward. We're just going to put a couple quick things in there for now. But we need to, so similar to this, Alf, I swear to God, if you bark outside at that person. You've been bad today. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You forgot how to walk nicely today. Yes, you did. Yeah, you. You forgot, Alf. Not me. I still know how to walk. You don't. You took 2 days off and you forgot how to do it. Anyway, so we need to make it's like a normal tier. Where it's more, actually, let me take this out of here. It's going to look more like, I can back up. See what I mean? This dog is not listening to me today. Ah, he's such a rat. Be more similar to this, and that will have like a normal, and then we'll have a Limen version, and then we'll have the only two things we have right now is like wind min max, and we had a precipitation type. I'm not sure how to. It might just be like maybe we put like rain, and this is the percentage range, like rain chance, we'll call it. Wind, wind speed. So rain chance, snow chance, storms, chance, and what other kind of precipitation do we care about? I don't know that anything else really matters. Otherwise, it's just partly cloudy. We'll keep it simple. I mean, I guess we could put in here sunny chance, cloudy chance, and maybe those eventually have effect on things. And then we'll have min max values in here that do things. We'll set those up. Oh, nope. And we'll get rid of all this other stuff at the end. So it looks similar to those, but it'll just define the chances of those happening. And then I guess our thing will just be it rolls all of them. And or maybe it's just a weight. There's a min max on wind speed, but then there's just weight. We don't actually put, I guess we don't need it that excessive then, do we? We can do it more like, where is it? Here. More like this thing did. I hear my work messaging going off. I just want to smack somebody right now. Yeah, because we can really kind of just do the number, really. Couldn't we? And then this would be something like rain chances 20% or something like that. And then we do the same thing for all of these. Snow chance. Storm chance. Just picking random numbers here. I don't even know which terrain type this is going to go on. Sunny chance was a 40% chance of sunny. Cloudy. 40% chance. And then max min wind speeds 0 to 10 on this particular one. I don't know who this is. Then we take this. Hitting the wrong buttons. And on here, maybe this says, well, now you're going to have more wind now because it's enhanced. And you're going to have a greater chance of storms or snow or rain and then storms and less of a chance for those. So maybe that's what it is, right? It flip-flops them. Just picking random numbers at this point. And then we just have to put those in for the 12 terrain types. So I don't know. I'm going to put this up here temporarily. Well, actually, no. I need that to be that way and this to be this way. And then I have to put this into a single string. So let's say this is I'm starting to rethink weather just right now because I'm thinking about this like, well, if these, let's say these are the set what we put on grass, right? You go into one subland block that's grass and you don't get snow, and you go in right next to it and you do get snow, and you go to any other one around it and you don't get snow. That'd be weird for that to happen. I think it has to be based off of elevation somehow, and we do set that, I think, on each of them. Do we set that? I know we said it on the subland block. I don't think it's actually defined by the terrain. It's just kind of in code. So if we look at, let's look at this. We could look at, yeah, sure, this one works. So we put in here min and max elevation. And of these types, these are all D. And D is settlement. Oh, that's all my settlements. That's why they're all D. So maybe there's elevation shifts we put in here. So, and it's just coded in as if you're above a certain elevation, you have the snow chance as an option. Otherwise, everything else is in play. I'm just trying to think, do I even care about these? I'm trying, what do these have an effect on? What did we say we wanted these to even have an effect on? Because I'm starting to wonder if this is the right weather or if this stuff even matters. Like, should we just do away with it? I feel like it's some character to this, to the world. I just don't know what it has an effect on, and I don't want it to be just completely random and feel weird. Um, you don't really mention it up much at all. It doesn't even look at even the documentation. I'll find all. Well, it's just this solution, which I don't even have open. So, F weather in here, find all. There we go. No, that was just us fixing that. What else did we say? Weather could affect your travel time potentially. Okay, so here, travel time factors. It's the only thing we talked about it for in the game design document was this. And we don't even have temperature as an option right now. And I hate to have to track, because this is dynamic, I hate to have to track it across every single sub land block around you. Is this a land block level thing, maybe? Do we shift that up a level and then no? Mm-mm. I know you, Alf. You're about to go bark at that car. Stop. Don't you do it. He's very confused. He wants to go bark. Don't. No. It's just a school bus. We're having a staring contest. You good? Good. You got your burp out. Come sit. Come say hello. Come say hello to everybody and be calm. Okay? How's that sound? Does that sound like a plan? Does that sound like a plan, Mr. Boy? I'm gonna lick my hand now. Okay. I just feel like putting the weather at the subland block is too, could become too random. But then putting it at the land block level, then we just get this big square weather patterns, and that's weird too. Oh, hi, Alf. maybe when something is Limen influenced only does the weather change in any dramatic way. So, what if we said when we are, oh, you're going to put your head there, huh? Okay. Can I have my control key? No. Can't have my control key? No. It's your control key now? Oh, yeah. If it's not limit influenced, then you only have a chance for cloudy or sunny, right? And reasonable wind. Like these are nothing. If it's influenced, then these drop to nothing, and then these come into play. And the idea that I was going to do for influence for that was going to be we pick some land blocks in some form or fashion, and then we pick chunks inside of those, some range of things. Maybe it's a circle or something like that of subland blocks that are influenced. So then you have consistency. Like you might be in nice sunny skies in one subland block and go to the next one, and then now that it's limit influenced, it now has rain or snow or storms. And maybe it's just storms and snow is only in like mountains, and I don't even know what else it would be in other than mountains or ice, right? Um, so maybe that's what we do. And then there's consistency. It's not like you're constantly just changing one little spot to the next. That feels too aggressive. I think we do that. So in that case, these become zeros. And this is just like 50, 50. And then you're weird out. Down here, these become 0. And then depending on where we're at, depends on if you can have snow or not. But then it's 50, 20, 30 or something like that. And you could technically have thunder snow, but we're just going to say snow. Thunder snow is interesting when you get lightning inside of your clouds during a snowstorm. Um, so let's go that route. And that'll simplify this anyway. Because really the only different, cave might have not, won't have anything in it, right? It's a cave. You're underground. You're not going to have any of that stuff. It's going to be dark. Might be sunny outside, but it'll be dark. And maybe we have outside weather, but in the cave, it doesn't really matter. Or maybe it's just always cloudy. I keep hearing ding. Let me make sure they're not dinging me for something. Do, 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 do. Any messages? If you farted. Been the hardest to get a simple thing done. What else messaged me, huh? Nothing? No. Okay. All right. So I don't know what we put on cave. Dark. It doesn't matter. It wouldn't affect it, I wouldn't think. Okay, so then we just have to define what these are for everything. And I don't know that they really change all that much between types other than for snow. And maybe the desert just stays sunny. I think there might be a couple situations where it's different, but okay, so this is our generic everybody gonna have it version. Let me using one hand because one hand's holding Alf's head right now. Um, let me stringify this. Just the compress, I think so. Yeah. Single line. And move this over to the side so we can see what it is as we put it in. Hi, Al. Okay. So for grass, yes, paste. For cliff, paste. Water, sure, that sounds decent. Mountain will do a little different. Cave will do a little different. Ice will do a little. Desert will do a little different. Stone, sure. Dirt, sure. Trees, yep. Hill, yep. And settlement, yep. Okay, so then we need those four. So ice and mountain will have higher snow chances and higher winds. Well, mountain will just be higher winds. Well, we can do. It's gonna be blustery, snowy. We'll call it. That's how we'll do that. So then here, this turns into 50% here, or cloudy. Maybe there's a 10% chance of sunny, 40% chance of cloudy, 50% chance of snow. On a normal day. Or maybe this is 25. 35, 40. Is that math? Yeah, that math. And then we go down here. We don't have rain. We reduce this probably. Still have more chance of a rain, but then your snow goes up. 70, 30% chance storms, yeah. We kind of flip that out a bit, and then this goes higher. 10 to 30. If we take that guy over here, compress. Really hard working with one hand. So that'll be our mountain and our ice. And then for desert, well, cave, actually, we also just want to use the same one we had before. So copy, paste. Then it's just desert. And that one gets Alf gagging. A little bit more wind potential. No rain. No snow. No storms. 90% chance of sunny. 10% chance of clouds. That's a normal day. We'll do that for the wind with that influenced. Still no rain or snow or storms. I just think you have clouds now. You have a better chance of clouds. Okay, so then we'll take that and press it. Put that in there. Boom. All right, we have weather. Save. Okay, so we now have weather parameters. Yay. Get rid of these. We know about mobs and chests and loose loot, and we can do all of that now. So now we have to figure out a way to trigger this and to store it on a character, which doesn't exist because we don't have any characters. We have not built characters yet. We have the entity, but we don't have any in existence. And to be fair, I don't know that I really mentioned how to do that anywhere in here. Is there anywhere we actually create a character? Not really. We'll have to make our admin character or something. Hang on. I never understood why people say, does this time work for you? When you can just look at my calendar and see if it works for me or not. Anyway. So we're going to have to do a character. We have to make something. We haven't really put anything in the characters yet. We have tables for it. How much goes in here? A lot of stuff. So we're going to have to add a dummy character. We're going to have to add to our current admin tool. All that's in this commit right now is the getting the mob data in there. And I need to actually add it in here, add the weather stuff I just put in there into a migration as well to get it committed so we don't lose it when we reset the database. So we got to get this guy updated. Because right now we don't have a way to really navigate through a land block, just look at it. So we've got a viewer. I should have an ID here I can use. This guy. Copy. So we can view a land block and then move to different land blocks around it. But what we need now is a sub land block traversal. Doesn't necessarily have to be another tab, but just to kind of keep these things simple, and there'll be a lot of replicated stuff. It's fine. But what we need to be able to do is use our admin character to move around one of these and let it generate the dynamic stuff that we get as on our character. And then only keep track of, currently I have as a 3x3 block. It might need to be more 5x5, just so that it's not too jittery. Like you can't move out 2 and then come back 2, and now you've got different stuff. I mean, 5x5 only makes it you have to move 1, 2, 3, and then come back 1, 2, 3. Just adds 1 to that, but maybe it's 5x5 we store. I want stuff to kind of reset a little bit, but I don't want it to be move out, move in, move out, move in, just back and forth, 1 and 1. A little bit of time to do it and come back. But we want to get that started, that maintaining that as you move around happens. So there's going to be more different controls, not just these controls can look the same, right? But it would move you inside of this rather than to the next entire land block. And then we'd want over here on the right something that shows what weather was going on, what weather was picked, what mobs were generated, what the number of chests and the number of loot items. We're not going to actually have the actual loot yet. And whoops. What was the other thing? Was there anything else we're going to put on? Weather, mobs, chests, and loose loot. Yeah. Just show what it generated. And maybe we don't even bother storing it. Maybe we can get away with not having that. It can just be, just show me, right? Don't persist it yet. We'll just make sure it's working first before we start persisting things. Howdy, Nico. How you doing? Yeah, I don't think we need to persist it. Then we can get away with not worrying about the character stuff yet. We can just test the generation aspect, because that'll just be... It is coming. We are figuring out how to generate mobs right now. And as you move around our land block, so as you move to each of these little blocks, what things appear, mobs and loot and weather and chest. We're calling them chests, but secret containers, whatever you want to call them. So yeah, we're trying to figure out how to make this admin tool do that for us. Starting to wonder, though, if I could just take this and say, if I click on said block, put me there and generate, right? Maybe we do that. I would assume this is all clickable in some way, shape, or form. It's not right now, but it could be. They're just things in the view. We're doing... Start a little early today because it's going to get stormy here a little bit later, so we'll end a little early before Alf goes crazy because he absolutely loves thunder. Yeah, it's a joyous time with him and thunder. So start a little early today. Busy week this week. This will be the only stream this week. I got work commitments Thursday evening, and tomorrow I've got something else going on. So this will be our only stream. Hopefully I'll spend some time working on a YouTube video in the off time. But yeah, we are doing. Yeah, I hear there's parts of the UK that are just dead, basically, because they have not had any rain. So it doesn't seem to want to stop here. I look at the forecast and it says, oh, sunny, but then every day it just turns into, well, now it's going to rain. And now that I look at the forecast, even now, it was between 5 and 8 p.m., like a 70 to 90% chance of rain. And in the last hour, it has dropped down to 15%. I don't understand the weather. How they're so certain that it's going to rain, and then within an hour, No, never mind. It's all gone. We had little sprinkles earlier, but we didn't have any storms. All the storms are just dying off now, it looks. Yeah, all right, whatever. But yeah, afternoon thunderstorms in 90, 95 degree weather. So yay. Yeah, your fresh will be imported fresh. It won't be fresh from UK farmers. It'll be from other places, of course. Um, yeah. Hopefully, you guys get some rain soon. So it'll start cooling off, and then hopefully rain will start kicking up again. You'll probably have, unfortunately, the exact opposite in later this month or September. It'll start just monsoon weather and then flooding, and that's a different type of suck. So, um, okay, so I think we're gonna try go that route. We'll simplify this a little bit. So we'll get our weather committed. Well, I like rain too. I don't like it when it floods, though. Thankfully, where I live, it doesn't, just because of it's not flat terrain. But I'm sure there's part of the UK that's just flat, and the banks will overflow of even small little creeks. They just can't handle that amount of water. So that's where you worry, which is why you shouldn't build on a floodplain. Because that. um, so we got to commit our weather that we just put in, but then the rest is just going to be let me update the admin tool to click a subland block. Yeah, see if I click on this, it's rendering little bits. I didn't realize that was a thing I could do. Let's see. This is new. So this is like .NET's. I can click on it's a text block, and I can click it. So I should be able to click the block and it work because it's got a doesn't look clickable in the UI right now, but it is technically clickable. That'll cool it off where the solar eclipse happens in the UK for sure. Temperatures drop pretty drastically during a total solar eclipse, so that'll get your cool a little bit. It's like wasn't it like 6 something you guys' time tomorrow when it hits the UK, something like that. So it'll still be light. It'll cool it off. I wish I would have been in a better spot for the ones we had here a couple years ago, but um, I was just a little outside of it. I was down in Texas at Starbase looking at that stuff, and then it was just cloudy, the closest that I could get to see the totality. But I'll get one year. There'll be another one. I don't remember when the next one is, but I will definitely try to get it. Let's see here. Next total solar eclipse US. No? AI, what the hell? No, it's not even anywhere near the US. What is this thing? What? This is complete bull honky. What the hell? Am I really trusting Wikipedia more than? No, we're not. It's a very small. Um, this is the August. This is 2045. Da, 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 da. Oh, for God's sakes, go away. So this is all that's getting it. I guess you guys aren't going to be in totality, actually, now that I look at this map. So this dark spot is the totality part. So it's going over eastern Greenland by Reykjavik in Iceland and then down into Spain.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Thank you for the raid, Marks. Hope you had a good stream. What were you up to? Were you doing random software development and then getting distracted by solar eclipse as well? But yeah, so it's actually not going to be total for you guys. It's just going to be a partial. But yeah, it does not hit in the US at all, this one. No, that's fine. This is what I expect on streaming this. So, but yeah, there's not going to be one in the US for a while. The last one was 2024. What does that mean? This one, yeah, these are partial. Yeah, last total one was 2024. It'll be 2045 before the next total one in the US. Everything else is partial. So should still be alive in 19 years, right? Better be. I'll go see it then. I don't even know what the path of this one is going to be, but that's a big chunk of the US, so it'll be fairly easy to find a spot to see it. So anyway, back to the game. So yeah, so we should be able to click these and then just have it do our make the API call to get what it would generate for mobs and weather and whatnot. So something like that. I don't know the exact. It's obviously all timed out, right? Like how often they happen, and it depends on what part of the world you're in too. They go around the world depending on where you're at. So this is from the U.S. standpoint. Totals. I don't know why these are bold versus like this was the April one in 2024 was a total as well. There would have been one. There wasn't one in 2000 area. It was another. It was 40 years between there. It's 20 years between 21 between these two, and then 8 for the next one. It's orbital mechanics. It's whatever. I don't know. They know when they happen. I don't. I look at the list and know, okay, I got 19 years before I see another one. So is this game open source? No, it's not open source. But it will be something. It's an online game is the plan for it, but I'm making it in a way that if I choose not to actually host it at some point in time, even if you've played it and invested time into it, you will be able to export your character, even export the world state, or I would export the world state for it and provide it, and then host your own private server that you alone solo or your friends or whoever can then import your characters into and continue and pick up where it left off. So it's all being designed with the don't kill games thing in mind. So it's right, and all my development is going to be tested and run locally. So I'm running it. It's Docker containers. You just install Docker desktop, get the containers, load them up. It's a Postgres database, so it's free. That's open source, and it builds in .NET and Godot for the game engine. So if I decide not to support it anymore, I would probably open source it at that point because I don't care. But it would. The idea is that it's not going to die if I decide not to stop. If I decide to stop paying for hosting, so and I'm doing all the development locally anyway, so it has to work without paying for hosting. So so that's kind of a core tenet of it, and we've already part of this. I get this back to not giant anymore. Part of this is we've already documented the, like, here's like our character export markdown that just describes how do you export the character, what's in that, what does everything mean. So it's defined. It's not something that, it's something I'm keeping in mind from day one, not just a tack on at the end. So there's like your entire character skeleton export of data, right? So yeah. And you probably saw the icon down here for Claude. I'm letting Claude help, right? I'm not vibe coding. We'll say that. I don't like vibe coding. I feel like it's cheating, and you have no idea what it's making. So everything that I'm building, I put different. I put, this is my design. This is specifically what I want you to do. Do it. It's like what we're about to do now. Is this is an admin tool. This guy here, just that lets me visualize what's in the database and everything. It's not the actual game. This is just showing you the terrain types and blocks of what they generated as. But I will specifically ask it, do this. And I don't say, here's a vague idea, make it. No, this design I've been had in my head or on paper in various forms for 20 plus years. So it's way pre AI. Even this terrain generation was pre AI. Like I built some prototypes for this before this version of it existed. So, but yeah, so I'm streaming little bits, 1 or 2 days a week, depending on work. This week is only one because of work. I have a full-time job. I'm old, so I have to. That's priority. This is secondary, so I'll stream it when I can. But yeah, just showing what I can when I can. Do stuff offline. I'm starting to work on some summary YouTube videos that are just, what is the game? What am I trying to make? So I don't have to. Not that I don't mind people asking, but it gives a nice summary of what we're making. Like it's going to summarize like our game design document. What is the point of this? What's the core fantasy? What's the core loop for this? What is the idea, right? And give some pictures, right? I don't have a lot of pictures yet. Like this is the best picture I got so far. There's no graphics yet, but we have done a lot. I have done a lot, and it's just me. So, but yeah, I wanted to make a game. I'm basically using Claude as an assistant for me, not as a you do all the work. I review every line of code that it spits out. I modify it. I test it. I don't trust anything it gives me. So, and I'm not going to use AI for any graphics or content or anything like that. I don't. That should come from me and my brain and my talents. I'll use all my Adobe subscriptions and all that crap to make graphics and whatnot. So, but yeah, so we are in the early stages of it. We've got a whole uh, list of things to do that we've gone through. We've done all of our infrastructure, our data schemas. We took my prototypes that I did years ago for world generation. We've done that and gotten that more formalized and stored in the database now, and it persists. And now we're starting to populate the world. So we did a lot of weird stuff figuring out how to store the data. But current step is to get some mobs to exist when a player enters one of these blocks, any one of these little blocks in here, based off of rules and tiers and whatnot. So this big block is a land block, and these little sub land blocks, and each sub land block gets assigned a tier when it's generated. And then that tier determines what mobs, and the tier and the terrain type determine what mobs and whatnot can spawn there. So that's where we're currently at, is getting that to work. So, and again, there's no UI or anything of this yet. So this is my admin tool. We're going to make it so I can click on any one of these and it'll spit up on the right here what mobs were generated, how many chests it would have generated, how many loose items of loot it would have generated, and what weather it picked for that land block. So that's what we're working on now. Slowly but surely. I think we started. When did we start? I started in. I keep saying we, but we collectively as a stream and chatters. Mid-May? Question mark. When did I do my first commit into Git? That would be a good question. May 25th ish. Looks like probably is a good number. Well, May 19th I saw on there. May 19th, probably. So mid-May we started. A lot of what I've done so far. Yeah, so the if I look at this guy, so it's not an MMO. I don't want to call it an MMO. It's more of a social world, right? A shared world. You don't actually see people running around in it, and it's a 2D top-down looking thing. So think things like RimWorld, the perspective of like a RimWorld, or not so much an isometric view like a Diablo or Path of Exile or something like that, but more straight down on it. But it's 2D in with the Godot, so I don't need to use Unreal or anything like that to get 3D renderings and anything. But I guess this doesn't really tell me much about the world, huh? Let me go maybe here. I remember a good place where it would show. Yeah. I know I got it somewhere in here. Game systems probably here. Skills, economy, difficulty, loot. I know I defined the design of it somewhere.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So the two of the big things, I guess, the keys for it is it's 2D top down. Basically, is what it's going to end up being. I'm not necessarily. Here we go. Art style. I know I had it in here somewhere. 2D top down. The feels of like RimWorld, not necessarily the gameplay of Animal Crossing, but that idea. Graveyard Keeper, classic Zelda games. So that kind of viewpoint. You'll be able to have different zoom levels on it. So you'll have a whole big world view. You'll have land block view. You can drill down into the individual little sub land block here. You'll have some idea when you're in a settlement. You'll be able to see more buildings for different not resources, services and player housing and storage and stuff like that. So different levels of view on that. But then all of the combat is it's turn-based, but you just kind of set it up and then it auto plays, sort of, right? So when you go out into an area and you say I want to attack X, right? That mob will have its own stat blocks, and we've kind of started filling that in. It's all dummy data right now, but they'll have different tiers and they'll have different stat blocks that I can grab this for health and stamina and agility and the different stats that players have too. And then you'll have yours from what your gear gives you and whatnot, and what your skills are. And then there'll be some pre-fight stuff you can do if you want to add some buffs to yourself or you want to change your gear or whatever. And then you can watch it take turns, or you can just have it auto resolve and it'll take the turns instantly in the background and give you the result. But it's not like turn-based in that, okay, it attacked, now I got to determine what my next attack is. It's just going to auto do it, right? I'm as of now, that's my current plan. Do I do the manual at some point? Maybe. I don't know. I'm trying not to do too much scope creep. But so it's turn-based combat. But it's an infinitely large world. I lost my page here. In that these land blocks will be generated infinitely. It will never stop. I've thought through how long it would take you to cross one of these land blocks, and then how many of these land blocks would it take to exhaust the size that I've determined, and it would take hundreds of years to do. And at that point in time, I don't care if it breaks because I'm dead. So, and if we're still playing this game in hundreds of years, I'm questioning the gaming industry at that point. Um, but so it's infinitely large. You can never map the whole thing. All of the spawns and everything. There are tiers to what can spawn, but they're player based. So you might see something somewhere that somebody else doesn't. There will be events that are shared among the world, and boss fights that are shared among the world and everything. Yeah, scope creeps a lot. Yeah, my schedule this week is busy. I normally would stream Tuesday. I normally stream Tuesdays and Thursdays now. It's kind of my new time, my schedule. Tuesday evenings and Thursday evenings, U.S. Eastern time. Thursday though, I have a work obligation in the evening, so I won't be able to. So it just depends on work. Is really the driving factor. And if I'm in town, like if I go somewhere, I might not stream. Um, but yeah, so it's infinitely large, and then I'm a big loot person, so I like loot. Um, and the loot in the game. Let's see if I have a good description in this for it. Um, is all random. It's randomly generated with loot definitions and tiers and things like that. What makes sense for a mob to drop or makes sense to find in X place, right? But all the stats and enchantments or whatever you want to call them on there, they're all randomized, and a lot of that is based off of my first MMO that I played was Asheron's Call back in 1999, early 2000. So, um, so I that loot type is me. Like I get behind having the random loot, like having the loots in like Path of Exile and Last Epoch, and to an extent Diablo, although Diablo is a lot more deterministic than it used to be. Those kind of things where it's you have to you look for you. There's a chance of finding something good anywhere, right? That's where I'm going with this. So anywhere in this world, you could potentially find something that's that dopamine hit of ooh, wow, that's actually cool for me. So, uh, so yeah, so that's a general idea, and I am working currently on a video for YouTube that I don't know how long it's going to be, 10 minutes maybe. That is I'm making a game, and this is what it's about, so that I can summarize that in more intelligent terms consistently and point you to it to get a better idea of what it is, because um, there's a lot to it. This is a big bite to take, right? I've never made a game before. I've been a software developer for 30 years, thereabouts, professionally, longer, not professionally. So I that experience I have. It's just not in game. So, but I have thought about the game and most of this design I'd already had. It's been fleshed out and formalized recently, but it's it's a thing. It's a thing. So, um, but so we're working on. So today we're getting some mobs to see what that looks like. Yeah, no. After you have 10 days off and you go back to work, that always sucks. But we've got a lot of stuff going on right now. I'm trying to find. I've taken 2 days of vacation this year, so since January 1st, I've taken 2 days off, and I have 6 total weeks that I can take. I'll probably end up taking 4 of those because 2 of them carry over each year. So I got to take some time. I got to find some time between now and Thanksgiving to take off. because I've got U.S. Thanksgiving week off, and then between the week of Christmas and between Christmas and New Year off, but that's it. So I look like a 25-year-old, huh? Nope. I turned 44 in a little over a month. So nope, not 25. I started I started writing little bits of code not professionally when I was in probably 4th grade. So that would have made me like 11, 10 or 11. I got my first real job that paid me. That wasn't just like a side gig thing I did for fun. That paid me. I got that when I was 15. So was it 15? No, because I would have had a license. I would have had a permit by then. 14. Yeah, so 30 years. Well, thank you. I try to keep myself healthy. I mean, just my face. Don't look at the top of my head. We'll just say that I'm not looking down because the hair is very thin back here. My brother got it worse though. He's just bald. I mean, he started balding when he was in his 20s. So, um, so yeah. Well, the front of it's probably a better hairline. Maybe it's starting to recede, but it is very thin. Like when I cut my hair, I just use clippers. Like the sides and back grow, but the top does not. Like it barely needs any trimming when I cut my hair because it's just so thin. Um, I inherited that from my dad. I think my brother got my mom's side of balding for men. I got my dad's side because my dad went bald on top first, and then the rest started graying and dropping. So give it some time, and I'll just start shaving my head. So yeah, no, it's interesting how we bald differently. I know I had when I used to go out to get my hair cut pre-pandemic, and I learned how to cut my own hair with clippers. I based off what they did and just do it myself now. Um, they would keep asking, would you like to try this different shampoo that'll keep your hair from falling out? Like, no, I don't really care that much. I feel like it makes me look more intelligent when I start losing my hair. So and graying. So but yeah, so yeah, that's what we're making. There's a long story behind it. I want to get it in the video so I can get all my thoughts coherently and not fumble around looking for, well, where is that document that said we were going to do this? I want to just have that all nice and organized and neat for somebody to go watch. And then I want to make some summaries as we go of what we've done to this point. So getting the database set up and then all the entities and then doing the world generation, how that came to be and now where we're at now. So, but I've not made YouTube videos before, so it's taken me a while to get the first one. Once I get one done, I think I'll have some good ideas or a pattern for the future ones. The working title is Soul Mark. It's not necessarily the final title. I just needed something to call the repo and all the stuff in the database. Soul Mark being we are on the core fantasy is that we are in an escape pod creator on an alien planet, on an Earth-like planet that we crash landed on, and around. So it's in a different solar system. So Sol being sun, and we're making our mark on a different solar system. So maybe it ends up being the final name. I don't know, but that's our working title right now. It makes sense in my brain and in nerds. I don't know how much it makes sense to the greater public, though. So that's the main problem. So, but yeah. So yeah, so that's our core fantasy. That's what we're going for. So let's let Claude do some dirty work here. We know we just put into the database on the terrain types all of our weather JSON. I need to get that committed, so I'm going to get Claude to do that. Let's make that a quick little step one. Let me make a branch first, and then let's stop this. Well, you let it open for now. New branch. So, subland block mob. Subland block. What are we calling this? This is like real time gen, something like that. Well, that works. Sure. Nobody's gonna see the name of this branch anyway. Commit. Bring my changes over. Thank you. All right. Please read. I'm always nice to Claude too. I find if you're mean to AI, it doesn't do as good of a job. But I've also got a lot of directives behind the scenes that tell it this is how I want you to act. Don't do crap without me asking you to do it first. And the same reason I do plan mode on first. So please read the terrain types table in the database and create a migration script for adding the weather JSON-B data that I have manually added to the database. I don't want to lose it if we rebuild the database. That's redundant, but whatever. All right. Tell me what you're going to do, and we'll go from there. Boy, it's okay. I just said all right. That doesn't mean we're doing something. Crazy boy. Okay, so then what we want to do is come up with clicking this, and I'm all about letting Claude do an admin tool because this isn't a deliverable. This is me internally. So I want to be able to click one of these text blocks. Well, at first I thought it was only going to be for a little bit longer because we were going to start getting thunderstorms and Alpha was going to be a handful, and I didn't want to deal with that on stream. But now it seems that has been pushed out till after 11 o'clock. So probably 2-3 more hours at least. I am going to have to stop and get a snack at some point because I feel my belly wanting something, but and Alpha will need a break. But we'll be here for 2-3 more hours, most likely. Unless crap hits the fan, I gotta leave. I keep checking. I keep hearing my work computer still on over there because I'm running something, but keep hearing dings, and I don't like dings. So that means people are messaging me. Do I not have a? And then people trying to schedule meetings over me. Yeah, the ding of death. Exactly. I don't know how hard it is to say, are you available at one of these 4 times just to look at my calendar and see what it is? And then, how about this time? Did you not see the meeting that's on my calendar that overlaps that? So annoying. People are so. Let me see. One more. Okay, nothing up there. And the other thing is the Microsoft Teams app on the phone refuses to mark a section red for me, so I always have one, and it drives me absolutely crazy no matter what I do. I want it to die, and it won't. uh, okay, so cool. Thanks, Nico. I appreciate it. I'm just here having fun. Audience or no audience, I'm going to talk to myself one way or the other. Because I talk to myself during my real job, not my real job, but my actual job as well. I'm sitting at my desk there. I talk to myself all day. And I solve problems that way. I'm weird. If I say it out loud, it makes more sense for some reason. Okay, so what Claude was already done. Which table column holds the weather, Jason? Da, 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 da. Yeah, it was actually dropped. Yes, exactly. So why is there a question? This one. Yeah, well, I talk to myself. I also have gotten the reputation at work that if there's some weird problem, it's using my built-in LLM. Exactly. If I use the words out loud, I comprehend them better. But I've got the reputation if there's some weird problem going on, um, if I go WALK the dog or take a shower or cut the grass or do something mindless, um, I will randomly just come up with solutions to the problems faster and better. Um, there will often be times some weird thing come up in a meeting and the comment we make, hey, I'll say Jeff because my name's right here. Everybody knows it anyway. And it's a very common name, so you're not going to find me. Jeff, go, maybe you just need to go cut the grass or take Alf for a walk or something and figure that out. So I work from home, so I can do any of that stuff. I can just go do that. And it works. I often, almost every time, I come up with a solution. So it is what it is. We all have our own ways of solving problems and figuring things out. And mine is talking to myself out loud and to Alf. Sometimes I'll look at Alf and go, Alf, what do you think about that? And then I'll answer for him, and that'll be a solution. But we all have our ways, and whatever works, works. Um, I'll have not that I need AI. I'm not one that does everything with AI for my job. I want to continue using my brain, otherwise it becomes mush. Same reason I'm doing what I'm doing here. Like I didn't have. I was about to call Claude Alf. Claude come up with these ranges. I did on myself because I want to use my brain. Um, I want it to be an assistant and either confirm or deny what I'm thinking, right? But I don't want it, and then I have to go validate that too. But I don't want it to be like, hey, I'm having this problem. What do I do? Unless it's just like, hey, here's a terabyte of log files that I want you to look through and find some patterns for me. Because, yeah, I don't want to do that by hand. F that. Um, I can do that, and I have done that pre AI a few years ago, right? But now I can spend my brain power on other things. But I don't like AI replacing our minds. That's why I like this game design. This is my design. I'm not Claude didn't come up with this. I did. I'm just letting it help me. I'm basically letting it act like a junior developer saying, okay, here's your requirement. Go do that. And it's a very technical requirement. It's not I don't know what to do here. So I try to use AI responsibly and know every bit of output from it I review. Like that's why this is in plant that for such a simple thing. Like I know all I really need to do is come in here and add another migration script and definitions to update that table with it. But Claude will do it faster. I just want to make sure it understands what I asked it first, and then I let it do it, and then I review its changes. So Yeah, and some people do use it for art. That's for me, AI and art and music and video. I personally don't want to use it for that. I my problems with that are the only way it knows how to do art and music and video is by using somebody else's art and music and video and modifying it and changing it, right? And that to me is not giving that original artist the credit that it took its inspiration from, right? That's what I don't like about it. I'm not saying other people can't do that or you shouldn't do that, Nico, or anything like that, but that's just my opinion, and that's why I'm not going to use it to do that. So, um, to be fair, like all this Claude Code stuff is using knowledge about coding. Granted, coding is a documented known entity, right? It's not like it's you have to go get somebody else's code to figure out how to do something. It's just code. Um, it's similar, but it's different. Like nobody can really copyright code. It's intellectual property, but if you have code that does A plus B, you can't copyright that, right? It's just A plus B. It's nothing, it's not rocket science. So I have lines that I've drawn, and a lot of it isn't so much from a ethical standpoint. It's just I want to still understand and control what I output. So, but and I'm not going to say I'm great at art either. I mean, the thumbnail on YouTube for the stream I made recently after I replaced an AI generated thumbnail because I didn't want to have AI generated thumbnail anymore. And it's not as good, but it's also, I want to learn how to do it. And I know how to do it. I have the software. Like I've got all of my Adobe products, got a subscription. I can do all this stuff. And I've used them before. So I'm decent at it, but not in a game art standpoint. So that'll be new for me. It's more of a challenge for me as part of this whole process for this project. I don't want to. I want to be able to claim that this is all my ideas and all of my work, or if I somebody helped with that, have a physical person help, not AI, right? So everybody's different. Everybody's different viewpoints. It is what it is. People that think AI is going to go away because it's going to collapse are insane. People that think AI is going to take over the world are also insane. I mean, I guess technically it could, but not this form of AI. It's like the internet. When the internet came out, people thought, it'll die out. It's nothing. Who cares? Now look at where we're at. So, yeah, well, there you go. I mean, and it's okay for like placeholders, right? Having something in there at first. Yeah, exactly. In today's games, 100% human made is a marketing strategy. So I know like Steam has the disclosures for AI stuff now. They've loosened the code side of it where assistive having AI assist coding and stuff like that is one thing. Vibe coding would be a different thing. Like just not having any clue what's in your code is a different thing. But you have to disclose if art assets or music or video or anything like that was used AI to generate that for your game, or if AI is used in the game process while the player's playing the game to generate new stuff. Right? That all has to be disclosed, and there's a stigma in that people that AI being used to make games for people that are now having to pay more money because AI exists for the devices to play said games. There's a struggle there, right? I get that. So I'm trying to use it responsibly and not go overboard with it. So um, I will definitely. I assume you stream your game or making your game or something, Mark. So I definitely want to go check you out and see what you got going on over there because I check out occasional people out there doing something similar just to see what they're um, doing compared to me. Um, get your. I see a screenshot in the background of a looks all text based ish, or at least block based. Interesting. I'll have to check it out. It's old school, and I like old school. I feel like old school games are um, of mice and mechs. That's a cool name. I like that. Um, I feel like old school games are making a comeback, even like this with all the loot and stuff that I'm doing. There's a place for them because people my age want it still. Fancy graphics among the ASCII. Yeah, that's what it looked like. It looked like mostly ASCII with maybe a couple little bits here and there that aren't a technical ASCII character, but it looks interesting. I'll have to check it out. Um, but yeah, I wasn't planning on streaming making this game either. But then I didn't start streaming until a little over a year ago, last year, and that was more just random games. I'd streamed a road trip I did in September, and then I kind of me streaming games. What I was finding was I wasn't enjoying the games as much because I was trying to put on a show and not enjoy the game, and you got to be able to do both. And then I kind of was like, well, let me just go do this instead, this making the game on stream. Um, and this has been more fun because I can just talk out loud like I was going to do anyway. And if people want to have input like you guys, great. Have some input. Um, and then show how I would make a game and how I think AI can be useful in games, but not make games feel like they're AI, right? Um, yeah, and for me, I don't know so much about focus, but it does make it so that I'll get distracted in different ways, like talking like we're talking now. Like I'm not making a ton of progress right now. I don't care, right? That's fine. But I'm still talking about this game and this process, and I like doing. I think it makes me kind of stay on topic and not just get distracted by a YouTube video or something on Twitch or something like that. Or hey, let me just go load up Steed and play a game instead, right? So, yeah. Well, while we're on an ad break, let me take a quick break myself and let this dog go out to pee because he's getting antsy here. He doesn't want to go out in the rain if it starts raining here in a little bit. And I need a quick snack. So I will put my little pee break up. I'll make that look a little nicer. You guys want to get bored and read that, but let me go let him out and I will be right back. Give me like 2-3 minutes. I shall be back. There's the pee break message, and I am out. All right. Puppy break's done. I got me a little cafe latte strawberry shake. Nice and cool. A little bit of sweetness. A little bit of energy. All right. It's too dang hot. I opened that door to let the dog out. My God, it's not even, the temperature's not even that high. It's just so humid from the rain. It's just like getting smacked in the face with a bucket of water. So, okay. So let's see if this thing figured it out. Weather parameter range. Confirmed by the query. All 12 have them falling into 3 groups. Yep, it figured it out. Yeah, go for it. All right, make my migration script. Let me see. Make sure I didn't close your stream. Let me get over there. So you're on my follow list so I can check you out. Always do some side monitor. Of course, Alf just barks as soon as he gets his greenie. Why do you come here? Come here. Why do you bark after you eat every time? Dog. Come here. Why do you bark every time you have food, boy? I need your energy to drop one of these days. One of these days. You're going to be 6 years old this year. You still act like you're 3 months old. You know that? He's protecting something. I don't know what, but. All right. Let's see. All right. So we should have now in our, yep, all it changed was we have a new migration that says here's our train types. And these are supposed to be hard coded because they are a set train types. Common ranges, desert, and frozen peak. Does that make sense? So for ice and mountain, it put the frozen, desert, the desert, and everything else got the common. Cool. That's actually cleaner than I would have done it too. There are times when Claude will come up with a nice, more concise way of doing it. I would have just ram jammed it in there with 12 update statements. Which would have been fine, but this is cleaner. So, and it lets this up and down be nicer rather than being 12 updates in the up or 12 update or basically one update in the down. It's just some method calls, so it's cleaner. But so example of it'll output something, but I want to understand why it did everything, and it makes sense. So okay, that's our migration to get those in the database so we don't lose them. So the first step we have to do to make this next little bit work for clicking one of these things and getting the data back is we need to update our. I haven't really started the client API. I need to start the client API, but I don't need it at this very second because what I have already is an admin API that is more direct. In our API, we have Nope. Where is it? Is it in here? It's in here, isn't it? Yeah. Go away. So we have two controllers or two endpoints in here, basically. We have a public and an admin. We haven't done anything on the public yet because we really haven't built the client to do anything. The idea is we'll start that in phase 4 after we do the bit that we're doing now. When we actually start making it so that stuff happens, like we're building the game, we're gonna have to start getting the Godot client working. But right now, it's just the admin one, and I don't see why I have to build more. I could just have an admin endpoint that is like generate sub land block dynamic value. It's got better. I come up with a better name than that. That's way too long. Generate sub land block dynamic values. That's a bit much, but it'd probably be like sub land block slash. It'd be a get for sub land block slash dynamic values or something like that. Let's see, what else do we have already that exists that we could use? And sub land block endpoints. So we have land blocks, the ID, and the sub land blocks. And then, is that the only one that we have for sub land blocks? I guess it is. It's get the sub land blocks for that land block. I guess it's the only one we really have so far. So really we need a sub land blocks get. Question is it separate for mobs versus loot and things, or is it all one? Being an admin call probably can be all one. Do we have any better place to put this? Because this is just the land block, and this is the get for it. This is the generate neighbor, and the add a land block generation request to post and get. And then, what do we put under real time? Oh, that's the test. That's what that is. Okay. This we just use to make sure things worked. So, trying to think if we just added a slash. Well, there'd have to be definitely a slash after the slash, and there'd have to be an ID for the subland block. And is that all we call it, maybe? Maybe it's just a generic give me land block, give me subland block details. For the admin tool. For the client, it's going to be different. Like we'd have to give it some context of character and yeah, because it'd have to know about, do we already have something generated for this character? It'd have to be like a character ID at some point. But for this, it might just be slash GUID. So similar to what we're doing here, this get, where this just gets all the information about the land block and its adjacency data and stuff. Do the same thing for a sub land block, and it return the details about the land block. So we've got a bunch of details that we don't really show anywhere right now. So we don't show the X and Y. We use it when we show this big thing here. We know where the X and Y is on this. But we don't show anything about the elevation or travel time adjustments, distance to the nearest settlement. Well, that's weird. That shouldn't be -1. Huh. Like that's a backfill issue when we backfilled our settlements. That should be 0. Because it's literally the settlement block, so it has to be 0. um, or if it's Limen influenced or not, and then it's tier, and then part of that return will also have to be the dynamic bits. So the things that are based off of that tier will have to come and look at this tiers table and go, okay, what tier am I? How far am I from a settlement? And then figure out how many mobs it's going to generate. Go generate them because we have all of those mobs and weights and everything now. And then we'll not have actually generate the loot or anything. We'll just say, give me how many pieces of loot you would show for loose loot, how many chests you would show. We don't have anything about resource. I guess we put the number of resources, but we won't be able to generate the actual resources yet because we don't have any of that built. So yeah, I think we just return some numbers, and we should be able to return the actual mob types because we have all of that filled in now. We have enough information for those. So yeah, so I think we're going to add in, similar to this land blocks one, but under sub land blocks, the slash with the GUID for the sub land block ID. And then that'll have to return a bunch of stuff. Just trying to think. Most of that's going to come off the sub land block table, and then we're going to have to do the mob generation. So, and the weather. The weather's going to have to come out too. Almost forgot about that because that's based off the terrain type. Okay, so let's write out what we need so I don't forget things here. What am I doing in there? Let me do it in, oops, here. So we got some of it already written out, but let's put some details. So the admin update the, what is this tab called? Sub land block viewer tab. To have to be able to click any of these sub land block text blocks and call an admin API to return static and dynamic information about that land block, displaying it to the right of the current land block. Okay, so then static information, well, static-ish. Return static-ish information. It's not really static, but it's ish static. And then dynamic information. Actually, let's rename this. Non-player specific information, and then player specific. That's really what it is. Because anything that's determined out of this table, the subland blocks table, this is dynamic, but it's not player specific. None of this is player specific. So I guess it's technically is static because we're putting it in here as a static number. But then the player specific stuff is all the other dynamic properties based off of the tier. So I guess it is kind of static and then player specific. I guess it is static and dynamic now that I think about it. Because of both of those define the same two sets of data points. So less words, better. Static, dynamic. All right, so then in static, this will be elevation, travel, time modifier, survival modifier, player count. I mean, technically, yes. I mean, I should probably just have it return it because eventually that will be getting filled in. So it's always going to be 0 right now, though. That's one of those that gets updated as people enter and exit the subland block. Distance to settlement. Limen influenced. Don't care about the create date or last access and tier. Anything else I want back? Well, I guess there's elevation min max. Elevation min max. Call it out directly. Terrain type we'll know because we clicked it. Don't really care about the coordinates or the land block ID because I will have loaded that. And I don't really. Give me the sub land block ID so I can look it up in the database if I so choose. Sub land block ID. Make this selectable, copyable. I don't think that's a word, but we're going to say it is. Neither of those look right. I don't think it's a word, but we'll leave it there. It'll figure out what I mean. Then dynamic is going to be the other stuff. The other stuff based off of tiers. Based off of the tier, terrain type, and distance from settlement. So this includes roll for the following values. Number of mobs, number of or pieces of loose loot, number of chests, and taking into account if the subland block is Limen influenced or not, and use the correct columns. And then let's see here, Limen mob. Correct columns and adjustments, because there are adjustments. Like this only matters. What this basically means is it buffs up the spawn percentages that are in the spawn weights for the mob type if it's Limen influence. So the more rare mobs have a better chance of spawning when it gets influenced. And you get more. I mean, the whole point of the Limen influence isn't to make it harder, it's to make more and more rare things happen. The loose loot chests, resource, number of resource nodes. Okay. Then, we have to roll the mob. Well, we roll the weather. So the weather is based off of the terrain type. So that's still under values. Based off. Let's break this up. Based off the tier trainer. So off tier. Roll for weather based off terrain type. So that'll be wind speed, which weather condition exists. And then that's weather. What else, aside from generating mods, did I forget anything? Weather, chests, loose loot, number of resources I'm including as well, but not the actual resources. This one, yeah. So, okay, so it's just the mobs. Generate the list of mobs. Generate the list of mobs. Easy. I say easy, but that's the hardest part of all of this. The other stuff are just simple random rolls. So for the mobs, we've got all the mobs types defined. And they have mob spawn weights based off of terrain type and mob type. I'm not happy with where these are right now, but I just put them in some groups of some form to make it work to have something spawn, and we'll have to validate what actually spawns. I think there's 636 in here. So this will determine which mobs we get based off the terrain type and what tier it's in. And then it has to roll the percentages to figure out which ones are actually going to spawn. Okay, so determine which mobs will spawn up to which mobs will spawn based off the mob type weights, not mob spawn weights, not mob type weights, mob spawn weights table. Generate same number of mobs that was rolled above. Mobs this is based off of terrain type and tier. I don't think distance from settlement matter. No, it's just tier, yeah. We determined that we didn't want to use distance from settlement anywhere but determining the static tier of the subland block. And the reason being is if a settlement appears in a land block that hasn't been generated yet and it's closer to that subland block than the previous closest settlement, I don't want it to worry about updating the tiers. I just want it to be static. And I don't want there to be this weird circular thing where you have to be so far from a settlement to get X to happen. It's probably more likely for certain X things to happen, but there's not a 0% chance of it happening until you get a certain distance. I didn't want that to happen. So you could have a tier 4 subland block right next to a settlement and have everything there. It's just less likely for the higher end stuff to happen inside of that tier 4 one. So it's only the tier that is used for distance from settlement when it determines that tier. But it has to use that when it comes in and pulls out of the tiers table which one of these records do you use. If you look at this, we've got 4 tier 1s. So if you are between from 0 to 4, basically, it will use this record. 5 to 9 will use this, and so forth. But it only will ever pick one record from this list. This weight is only used for when we're rolling what tier it's going to be at time of subland block generation. So then it just picks one record after that for all the other rolls. Where are my notes? So generate 10 ROs that was rolled above. We're gonna have to generate pick the name and stat block based off the tier and roll the stat block values. So that means when we look at mob types, we have a stat block, and in this stat block, we've got the different tiers in here. Look at this guy here. I should just remember the shortcut for that, but I never do. Tier 0 is for bosses, but for tier 1 through 4, there's all the different stats that we're going to have and their possible ranges for the min maxes for that tier, and it's going to roll those for everything. And they vary depending on the mob type and everything as well. So I'm going to roll that. It has a respawn timer, which I don't need to show. It's just that's static. Once I know what mob type it is, that's its respawn timer. Same with these properties. I don't really care. We'll eventually have descriptions. It's another thing that, again, I'm not going to have AI generate that. I want that to be my flavor. So once I finalize these names, which again are also placeholders, but are something to start with at least, I'll generate descriptions and that'll add flavor. And this is something that can happen any point in time because it does not affect gameplay at all. It's just flavor for the game. Same with the visual representation. I mean, don't have that defined at all at this point. Don't care. Don't have any graphics. So, and equipment, we don't have item generation yet, so I can't really define the equipment. But this will define, based off of, again, tier, what equipment that mob might have. Not every mob's going to have equipment. It will mainly be intelligent life, so probably the ones here that are marked. I don't have intelligent here. I have it on my bestiary spreadsheet that I made this from, but if it's intelligent life, it might have some equipment on it. But it's not going to be everything. Like a fish isn't going to have equipment. Unless it's like the boss fish and then it has a seaweed helmet or something. I don't know. That seems really weird, but whatever. We'll figure it out. But yeah, mainly just want to get the stats rolled, and that'll prove the whole concept of tiers, and the names just tied to the tiers as well, so we'll be able to verify that in the database. So, okay. So then that should be a fairly straightforward, simple roll on all of those. So update subland block viewer tab to able to click and dynamic information about that land block explained to the right of the current land block. Just to clarify, it should my goodness, type the O, should include all of the details below, including the stat block values rolled for the mobs. That's important. I want to be able to see that. I don't know how we're going to show that. I'm trying to think how to all the other stats make sense. It's just like static strings. These stat blocks are going to be big though, and there could be 10 mobs getting spawned in there. What kind of control would that be? Me, if I was personally doing it by hand, I'd probably just make it a big old text box and then just put a bunch of text in there and copy paste it out and look at it. I'll let Claude determine what it thinks might be a good option there, because I can think of other things, like you could have different, like a control of tabs, where you can tab through mob 1 2 3 4 5 and that the name be on the tab where you can tab through it, or like a drop down where that probably is a better way to do it, like a drop down once for each mob, and when you pick that mob, it updates the stat block below it. That's probably the best way to do it. Likely have a drop down that lists each mob that was generated, and when you pick it, update the stat block data below it. Yeah, that's actually better than a text box. Because then you don't have this giant space. You don't need a ton of space. Like it's easy enough to get all these other stats in here, and then at the bottom have a drop down that is each mob that was generated, and then all the stat block and information about it below it. So spelled settlement wrong. Okay. I don't think I mentioned the admin tool here. I don't even talk about the API yet, so we need to get that in. Oh, well, I called it to an admin API to return static and dynamic information about not that land block, that sub land block. The API is likely, let's go copy out what we have in code already on the, let's see, sub land block, sub land block. So this, oh my goodness, to do, there we go. The API is likely, or likely should have a route similar to slash gonna have to be a different ID. It can't be ID, so maybe like sub ID, SID WID. To specify, that's not right, is it? Specify, yeah, okay. Doesn't look right in my brain right now. Specify a specific sub land block to pull data, pull/generate data for. See, I could have asked Claude, add this to the admin tool as if I'm generating on data and not giving any of this detail. But I wanted to think it all out and be very specific on what I want, and then just let it do the grunt work. I want to do the fun part of designing it. It can do the grunt work of writing the boring code. because it's all just entity framework at this point. We've got entity framework set up with everything in here to pull it. It's just a matter of doing the boring parts and the rands constantly. So, all right, so let me take this. Holy, that is not JSON. That's why it's not happy. Language, none. There we go. Let's take this and replace it with nothing. Get rid of those little thingies. Take these back a notch. All right, so this will be our prompt. That's already done. Let's go to plan mode and let's let it figure out what I'm saying first. Did that paste decently? Yeah, I still got the tabs in there. I don't think I'm forgetting anything. I think that's everything I'd want to know about the subland block. Let me just look at the database and make sure I'm not forgetting something. We'll know what the terrain type is already because we're literally going to select it. Oh, I need to have something to say, like highlight which one I picked here. Not just that I click it, because then I'm going to forget which one I clicked, right? Let's get that in there somewhere. Give me a word wrap. Nope, that's not word wrap. That's word wrap. The UI should... I did on my prototype tool, I made it bright pink because that wasn't the color that I use in anything. But that was really hard to see. I could get fancy on this just because I'm not doing it myself and say, make it flash bright pink. UI should clearly persist which subland block was clicked by making it flash bright pink on that particular text block. There. That way it's clear what we just picked. Let me just add that to my notes here. I keep meaning to change my swap to my other... yeah, bright pink, exactly. Yeah. It'll be very obvious. That's the point, right? This is not the user interface. This is my just admin test tool is all this is. I want to be able to be very clear that I just clicked that, so I'm not having to go, okay, which one is outlined in white? If it's flashing bright pink, then I know that's the one I just clicked. But yeah, that's not what I would do in the normal client when we get the actual UI for the customer. They can work the player setup. It's going to be more navigation based. Like you're going to be somewhere and you're going to go, okay, move west, move north, move south. It's going to be more like these buttons, not this ugly, but that general idea. And there'll be a lot more friendlier interface. And you're not going to be able to just click a random spot and go there. That's one of the things that I've got in my game design is that I don't want there to be a way for you just to be anywhere in the world and then like pull up your world map and then click a button to teleport somewhere instantly from anywhere you are. There will be fast travel, but you have to travel to the fast travel point to go to another fast travel point, right? So it's going to be more not ergonomic, the organic movement. Like you have to actually move through the world and then get somewhere, and then you can travel somewhere else for whatever's been unlocked around the world. So, and it might just be the fast travel points are every settlement. That's very much what it could be. So it won't be horrible to move around the world because there's going to be tons of them. But it'll be much more organic when it's the client user interface, and there's just going to be different feel. Like this is very much in the weeds. I want to make sure it looks right or it's generated the data right. All of these little numbers that I'm telling it to output right now are not something aside from player count. Some of this there might be like I might show some of it just for information, purposes. Not all of it, though. They won't know the tier number. They won't know the sub-land block ID. They probably won't know these modifiers. They're going to have something on there. There's going to be the timer for how long it is before you can move to the next one that's counting down. And they'll see some variations in that, like half-second variations or something like that. Nothing huge. But you're only going to see the relevant bits. Most of this stuff is just background information that the client needs to know about so it knows how to display stuff to you, but you would never actually see the value displayed. Now, if you intercepted the network traffic, sure, you could pick up the values, but none of it's secret. It's just this is how it's used. And you wouldn't, and if you did something on the client side that changed the value that it returned to do something else, when it went back to the server to try to do something with that wrong value, the server's the authority here, and that's the whole way this is designed. It's server authoritative. The server will reject it and just respond with what it's supposed to. So, initial client for this is the way I'm building it is it's a web page first, not because that's where it's only going to live, but because that is the most restrictive export that Godot does. So if it works on a web page, it'll also work in a Windows app that could be put on Steam. It could work on an Android or iPhone app because those are much less restrictive than a website. So that's the only reason I'm starting with website, because if it works there, I can get it to work. Godot can export to the other platforms with no problem. So yeah, so this is all just admin stuff. This is just me validating things. I'm really not going to get into building the client until we get kind of the bits here, like the mob placement, NPC placement, and settlement properties. Once these are done, then we've already finished this little pre-4A thing, but then we start getting into core systems. And I've put in all of these that I need to start making the client API harness and hooking it up to GD script and Godot to make sure it all works. Now, those UIs are going to be horrendous because they're just going to be placeholders for everything, but at least it's going to start doing something, right? It's not just me running an admin tool anymore. So, So we're getting close to actually starting to do stuff in Godot. I'm looking forward to it because I've never used any game engine for that matter, but Godot will be an interesting free open source game engine to use. So, because GD script is loosely based off of Python. It's not Python, but it's the same type of syntax. It's not C based. So yeah, so we're almost to that point. The NPC and settlement won't be terrible to do. NPC, the biggest hurdle there for me is I got to come up with a bunch of, again, like I did with the mob, some data to have it build things off of, which I have zero of at the moment, except for names. So, okay, so I think that covers. Did I paste it in here likely? I was going to paste it here. No. This sentence needs to go here. There we go. Okay. All right, so this is what we want to put into Claude instead. Kill that. All right, nope, not create PR. Let's see what it thinks. See if it understands my request or not. Close that plan because that one's done. But what I'm expecting, it's not going to build it just yet, but what I'm expecting now is for us to get, it shouldn't be a new endpoint file, but it'll be a new map, a git map in here with an ID at the end of this. And then inside of that will be similar things to this, where it's pulling sub-land block information based off of that ID. Well, it's going to be where the land block ID is that, and the sub-land block ID is something else. It's going to pull that information back, and it's going to do it's going to build some methods in the data area, data or core. I think data. it'll build stuff in here. No, it'll be in core. What am I thinking? So like world. Yeah, so like the sub land block, the sub land block generator. This is where the bulk of the code is for generating the sub land blocks and choosing the terrain types and computing the elevations and all of that stuff. There'll be some more methods in here to compute all the roles. We'll probably get some new. I'm not sure if it'll be under here or if it'll be in. It might. We'll see what it suggests, but it'll probably be a different folder because it's under mob. So there'll probably be. We have a world one now. We'll probably have a mobs one get created where then we start putting helper methods for that API to call to generate all the mobs and all that stuff. None of that's being persisted yet. It will eventually be persisted on the character short term so that they can't jitter move between two sub land blocks and just keep regenerating mobs until their heart's content and they get what they want. It's going to keep it around for a little bit and then eventually it'll phase off so that there's some kind of not staticness but sanity to it. It's not just constantly generating new roles. Because then you could have somebody cheese it and go, okay, well, I know this place, since it spawned this, could spawn this rare thing. Let me just go out and out and out and out and over and over again just until it spawns that rare thing. I don't want that to happen. So there's got to be something to protect that. So we're going to kind of persist some radius around them at all times. So they have to at least move a decent amount to get it to refresh. If they do find it, fine, but they have to move a further distance away and back before it respawns anything or regenerates the mobs. So still thinking, still running a task. I ran 2 agents. So yep, those make sense. That's what it would be doing. We'll see what that comes up with. It's going to be a minute. So I would expect there to be some new helper methods in like this world geometry thing where we've got some helper things for converting a region to local and to global coordinates and everything. There'll probably be some stuff in there. What do you want? Oh, you got a question. You got 4 questions. Ooh. So Limen Mob Max, Loose Loot Max, I almost said Cheese Max, Resource Max, is along Plane Max plus separate Limen Mobs, but nothing nothing has ever consumed these yet, so their exact intended semantics are undefined. How should a role work when the subline is Limen influenced? Use Limen star max as the role ceiling. Yes, using it as a ceiling, ignore. So when Limen is roll uniformly in 0 to Limen mob max instead of 0 to mob max, correct. Same pattern for loot chest resource. A separate spawn adjustment decimal is applied as a percentage multiplier on top of that Limen. No, not exactly. No. Use Limen star max as the roll ceiling, but let me just double check and make sure I'm not thinking about the wrong adjustments here. The mob spawn adjustment and the resource spawn adjustments are applied. I thought I defined this already somewhere, how this worked in my to-do. Let's go back. Oh, that's right. That's right. Hang on. We made a spreadsheet for this because we're nerds and that's what we do around here. We made a spreadsheet that did this. Where did I save that? I don't think I put it in here. I think it's in my other things. Yeah, no, I think it is. Why do I not have Excel pinned on my start menu? I think it's in here. This, yes. So I think the final thing was fairly simple in that it adds whatever this spawn adjustment is it adds this percentage to the percentage in, for mobs, for example, this spawn chance percentage here. So the things that are lower chances of spawning now have a higher chance of spawning, but with a cap of 50%. So the examples we got here is at 0.26. This is the biggest spawn adjustment. These are the base. These aren't base, but this would just be examples of every 5% up to 100%. If you had a 0.26 adjustment, it adds 0.26 to them, but caps it at 0.5. So 0.25 through 0.5 are all 0.5, and then it goes up from there after that. So that is what that means. So I'm glad I typed that sentence there because now I have a single sentence I can tell it what I meant. So, but the spawn adjustments for both mobs and resources is paste, added to the spawn weights for the mob or resource types. The latter, not yet defined, to increase them, but not go over 50% chance. For example, if the spawn adjustment is 10% and the spawn weight is, let's say, 15%, it becomes 25%. But if the spawn weight is 45%, it only can go up to 50%. That's what that is. So the spawn adjustments are used later when picking mobs and resources to spawn. Okay. 2. That was question 1. That's 2 of 4. Mob type stat block is currently empty placeholder. Bullshit. It is not. What are you talking about? What are you reading, dude? Mob types stat block completely filled in. And, oh, well, no, it's in the database. And there's also a migration script already for it. Literally, right. I did this weekend. Updates. This is names. I don't know if I can scroll. And then you can see in there stat blocks. So yeah, it's there. It's not hard coded in the code because it's not supposed to be, but no. Have a look again at the database as we built a migration script and deployed it to set stat blocks on all, or stat blocks and names on all mob types for tiers 0 through 4. 0 being boss. You big dummy. Crap. Should loose loot chest resource nodes resolve down to specific item resource types via loot table plus loot definition spawn resource spawn weight, or just show counts for this? Just counts. Counts only. Yes. Flash bright pink, so it's questioning it too. Should this be a one-time flash animation that then settles into a persistent non-flashing highlight, or should it keep pulsing, blinking? So briefly animate a bright pink flash, fade from bright pink back to a slightly muted pink over half a second. Then the cell border stays a clearly distinct solid pink outline fill until a different cell. Okay, we can have, I mean, we're talking about UI elements for me, and that's it. So fine, whatever. Be fancy about it. I was going simple, but be fancy, whatever. We're worried a bit too much about the user experience for this. I just want my old eyes to be able to see which block is selected more than a half a second after I click it. That's it. That's my goal. If you can make it clear that it's pink and highlighted and I can see it, that's fine. I just realized I added to the spawn weight. Almost done thinking. Let's see if it's actually almost done thinking. Let's see what commands did it run. Yeah, see that? I mean, I don't know what. Oh, it's because it's just. Yeah. Yeah, you see them, don't you? Yeah. Yep. Crazy what happens when you actually go and look. Okay, so it's reading the endpoints. It's probably thinking, all right, I need to add something. I don't want to see the actual file. I want to see what you said you did. Oh, you just read it. Okay. No interpretation of it yet. You are not almost done thinking, you liar. Almost done thinking means you're like seconds away. You're clearly not seconds away. And almost done thinking has gotten more and more misleading. I would say over the years, but it's more like over the weeks of updates. Like there's another update. There wasn't any updates when I started the stream. There's already another update. I swear they push something at like 6 o'clock every day. There's always a new update in the middle of the times when we stream. But this Windows version of Claude Code is just ridiculously different than it was even 6 months ago. They are moving so fast at adding features and whatnot to it. And so much more it can do that I will probably never use. All the co-work stuff, and it's just like I don't like notifications on my phone as it is. I don't want more and I don't like notifications on the computer every time I get a ding for a message or a meeting pop-up reminder or whatever that is. I don't need more. I don't need all that crap. it annoys me enough when I have this minimize and it pops up, hey, Claude's waiting for your response. No, you're just done. You're not waiting for my response. You're just done. So I don't want any more of that crap. Women can't live with them, can't live without them. I mean, I'm living without them. I did. I'm not anymore. I'm over that crap. Um, but yeah, I just don't like notifications. There's too much of that distraction in the world already, and I don't need more from Claude. All right, let's see. Not too terribly long. All right, what do we got here? Da-da-da-da-da. Yep. Tier mob. Yeah. All this stuff, all the terrain types, weather. Decisions. All right. Yep. Okay, so I got that interpretation correct for what the spawn adjustments are. Loose loot, roll. So those are going to be rolled counts only. Fill resolve for each of the rolled mob count. Weighted, pick a mob type. Pick a random name for tier names. Yeah, it is technically there can be multiple names in each tier, but it's just one right now because lazy. Just needed to get data in there. And roll concrete stat values from the stat block ranges. Weather, pick normal Limen. Wind speed min max, and weighted pick one condition among those. Flash behavior, whatever. We'll see what it looks like. Yeah, there's really no seed that we have the ability in our tool to put a seed when we like if I put this same land block ID here as an admin tool, I can put a seed in here so that I can regenerate. This was back when I was testing the actual land block generation. I could put a seed in here, change the code slightly or tweak the parameters in the database a little bit and restart the job that generates the land blocks and put the same seed in there just to see exactly how it changed, right? If I always had a random seed, I would never be able to compare, did the change that I just made get rid of the problem that I saw in the land block? Because we were seeing when we were first building this, that there was definitely times where you could see 4 quadrants here of the way it was generating stuff, where there would be like this line right down the middle or something where the sides did not talk to each other and there was nothing to gracefully and mesh those together. So I had to keep seeding it with the same seed to see that the tweaks we make fix things. But that in the real world, that seed doesn't exist. It's only in the admin tool when I do an override. Um, so yeah, so that in this case, the seed doesn't matter because it's just a roll of a die. It's not. It doesn't really care. It doesn't really matter to me which one it picks. So now I'll probably have something at some point. We'll add a section here that is like roll for this type of terrain and tier and distance 1,000 times and give me statistics on what rolled. I will probably add that when we get to more fine tuning of things to make things spawn at reasonable levels. Like I don't want rare things spawning constantly, because if they are, I need to adjust that down and whatnot. But I want to be able to have a bunch of rolls with numbers based off of it and statistics, so I can know if I've tuned it properly. So we'll build that eventually, but right now I just want to make things function, because all of that is configurable. There's a reason why this is all in the definitions in our tables and our mob spawn weights and everything, because this I don't want to hard code any of this stuff. That makes it a pain in the neck to fix later. All right, so it's adding an ADR for this Limen adjustment thing. That's fine. It's excessive, but whatever. The server side changes. It's got to add all of this stuff to the tier definitions because it hadn't used it before, so we need to add it into the object. Adding some queries to return more data points, or updating queries to return more data points. Pull in the visual and weather represent. Oh, visual's already there. Add the weather to that. Register our new tier cache, which I guess we haven't actually used that yet, so that's new. Yeah. Oh, I take that back. It's registered in the worker because we are using it there, but it's not registered in the API. That makes sense. Okay. Roller, sub land block content roller. So there we go. That's one of the things I knew we were going to get. We're going to get some helper methods in here. So roll, count, pick mob type. We'll pass in all of our mob information and what our adjustments are, the candidates, or the adjustments are, is it influence, and if we do pass a seed value in. Weight pick. Stat block is similar for each one. Weather similar. Yeah, okay. There are a new endpoint. It took my suggestion. Good. Didn't have to, but it did. It was nice of it. Load the sub land block by SID from the world context database. Yep, good. Good check there. Why it's being included. Resolve its terrain type. Resolve the tier based off the tier number. Then bucket selected by, yeah. Yep. We dealt with that last time already. So that looks good. Definition. Oh, this is getting the spawn weights based off of terrain type and tier. And then this is our new contract for response for what we're getting here, which is just going to generate all the stuff that we need back. It's probably too big for normal usage. We'll have to optimize network on this one a bit when we get to the client. For admin, I'm not too concerned, but for client, when you start getting volume, we'll have to think about how this all gets returned. If it's all returned at once, or we have multiple calls to break it up a little bit. So there's not, if you lose a bit, I mean, if you lose a bit in a web service call, it should just die and retry. That's really what we should do. But if it dies and retries consistently because you're returning big chunks of data, that's a problem. So, grid response. That's our contract for that. Tool, it's going to do a bunch of stuff. I'm less worried about, we'll review it when it's done, but if it works, it works. I'm not that terribly hung up on this. This is a admin tool only. One of the good things that Claude can do is build tools like this faster, so you spend more time on the actual meat of the game rather than making a tool work to test the game. And then the verification. All right, well, let's see what it does. let us see. Let me kill this. It'll probably be very unhappy if that's running still. There we go. I also fully expect it to take over the computer and test that UI when it comes in. So we'll see exactly what it looks like here in a minute. There's a bug in this Claude thing where you look at the bottom here where it says Sonnet 5 medium and the rest of the next was a little circle for your context window. It doesn't update automatically all the time. But as soon as you mouse over it, hey, it updates. So we're only a quarter through our context here. Plenty of room. What is that, weekly? Yeah, I'm nowhere close. The resets tomorrow. I just use it for this game a little bit. That's why I didn't go with a max plan for Claw, just a pro, because I'm not using it enough to merit spending $100 a month on Claude. Let me get rid of this plan because when it takes over the computer to test the UI, that plan will make it hard to see what it's doing. Hey, boy, you made that noise by jumping off the chair. Don't bark at the air. Hey, come here. Come here. No. All right. How many tasks did it say it was going to do? Task 4. How many? Where is it? Hey, boy. Guess that was in the plan, huh? No, that's crap. Alf, you're killing me, boy. Plan. So 5 tasks for the endpoint and a bunch of other things. Okay. Is it about to rain on you, boy? Is that what you're getting worked up for? Do you sense it in your bones? Let's see. Forecast said it wasn't going to be until after 11. I bet you it's changed again. Because weathermen don't know anything. No, it's not going to rain. You must have heard a car. Little fur face. Of course, I pick up my phone, I get a spam text message. I want your opinions for politics. No, how about I take that message and tell you you're spam and block the shit out of you? How's that sound? Political text messages just year round, it seems, anymore. It's so annoying. Okay, so it's working on the UI, it looks now, I think. It's talking about the grid load, so I'd imagine that's the UI, but then it's editing. Oh, well, this is the UI, the view model. Yeah. Okay, so it's working on updating the. So it's probably gonna try to run it and demo it here in a second to make sure it works. I didn't think there was gonna be a lot happening on the API end. So let's go back here. This is why I do everything in Git with commits between my major tasks, because I want to be able to see, close other tabs, what it's changing and review it. And so far, not a lot, which is good. Little baby steps. Pink flash. That sounds naughty. I should put that in my directives to Claude. Please don't say anything that is remotely naughty or innuendo, please. Thank you. Now I have a dog sleeping underneath my little lap desk that my keyboard and mouse are on the couch here, giving me a nice 10-15 degree angle on my keyboard. Sideways, not up and down, sideways. Very, very nice of him. Not enough to make the mouse slide around, though. But if he's not barking, he's welcome to stay there. All right, so we're getting our, yeah, so it's the way the WPF is, there's columns. There only were two before, one with the ID we wanted to load and the coordinates and information about it, and our directional buttons, and then the list of how many of each terrain type that was visible in there were in there. And then the second column was the actual grid. Now it's adding a third column where it's going to put all the content that we want in it. It looks solid. I'll be the judge of that. you don't get to determine if something looks solid or not. And I told you not to give me crap responses like this, but it's not the response, it's just in your work, so that's fine. But I will be the judge of solidness. Mr. Boy, you got a leaf on your paw? Or is that just a shadow? That's just a shadow. Root the ADR, adding to the decisions file. Now, maybe it's not going to test it in, no, build, deploy, and verify end-to-end. The verify end-to-end, it'll most likely test. I'm guessing it's only really reviewed this from a code perspective at this point. Our API is deployed and built. Well, it's built. I don't think it's deployed yet. Server equals APIs right now. That's probably all it's ever going to be. We have a worker that does background tasks and scheduled things and queues and whatnot. So that's a separate container that's not really affected by this at all. It's all the API. I wouldn't expect to see anything in the worker changing, except from unless there's a weird entity framework change that had to get made. data, world gen. So we've got server, and then our tools, and that's it. Yep, that's all I expect to have changed. Perfect. The worker doesn't need to know about any of this stuff right now, or probably ever at this point. Per the mandatory workflow, yes. I make you do this for me to make sure you don't give me some bull honky build that doesn't actually deploy and start. Because you did that to me once, and now you've learned your lesson. Took you to the principal's office and made you do it right. I'm very strict with Claude. It probably doesn't. If Claude was a real person, it wouldn't like me very much. I'm nicer when it comes to people, but Claude, no. You're listening to me. You're doing exactly what I tell you to do. Otherwise, you're going to get slapped. Fresh run rolls, call 37913 within 0 to 5. Wait, that's over the max. It's already found a bug in its code. See, it's trying the chest test thing. I think something isn't right. Well, that whole wait, that's over the max thing. What is? Then that's wrong. Why is this a confirmation? Why are you happy with this? All right. No GUI automation? Why not? Why didn't you do it? You have permission to do it. I have given you permission constantly for doing that. You lazy mother. All right. All right. Before we even try to test it, let's sanity check the code changes. Make sure it didn't introduce a hack into my personal information with the government like it has seemed to have done recently. All right, so sub land block detail contracts. All right, so our response will include all of the sub land block detail, the terrain type name, elevation min max, travel time adjustments, player distance, Limen, tier mob count, loose loop, chest count, resource node count. Oh, it's gonna have to generate. Yeah, wind speed, weather duration, and then a read-only mob response list. The generated mob response list is an index, the mob type ID, archetype name, the name, and then a list of its stat blocks. And the rolled stat response is min, max, and rolled. Oh, and the string is going to be the name of the stat. Okay, got it. Well, that's cool. It's going to tell me what its min and max were that it picked and what it rolled. That's more than I asked for, and I appreciate that, though, on this. Normally, I would be, don't do what I don't ask you to do, but that's okay. So then this guy, we are adding the ID to this response, and that's it. Okay. Straightforward enough. On the admin subland block endpoints, we added some more references. We include the ID now when we select stuff here, and it needed that added to the contract here and added here because, and then also on this return, because when I click it, it needs to know that, oh, this block what meant this ID, and it'll have all the information it needs. So that's why that was added. Makes sense. Here's the route that I asked to be added. So now we've got 2 GUIDs, all of our context coming in here, our caches for tiers and terrain types. Okay, so get the sub land block from the world database for that ID. If it's not returned, say it's not found. If the land block ID of what's returned is not equal to the land block ID we passed in, return that is not found. Get the terrain type cache. Get the terrain type for this sub land block into terrain type. Let's scoot this over since this is all new. Don't care about what's left of us. Get our tier cache. Choose the tier row based off of the tier and the distance nearest settlement. We'll dig into that method here in a minute. And then get the mob spawn weights for, let's see, where's W coming from? Oh, it's just including the mob type, where the terrain type ID for the mob is the terrain type ID and the tier that we want. And then select the weight and the mob type to a list for candidates. And then out of those candidates, select, or mob candidates, putting it into candidates. I don't know why it needs to do it twice, except for that this is just a straight up list, whereas this is a list from a task. Let's see. Because it's going to pass it into here, and that would be some weird task threading issues if we didn't do that. That's why it's doing that. Okay. And then we roll based off of if it's influenced the tier row that we picked. We're going to pass in the weather parameters for the terrain type if it's not null. Otherwise, pass an empty, the candidate list, and then our random number generator. So we'll be digging into these methods later, but so that makes sense. We'll get our rolls for all of that stuff. And it's going to that roll is going to be a roll result, and that roll result will have mobs in it that we will pull out all of this information, including all the stat blocks and the roll values, and put that into a list for mobs. And then all the other bits are just single values. The weather condition, the wind speed, the counts, those are all there. This is all this information here, terrain type name, all that good stuff, and the mob list. That's almost exactly what I would have done. See, not complicated. I just didn't have to write it. I asked it to do that, though. That's the thing. It's like, this one specific thing, do this. All right, so choose tier row, which was called, get up here, where we passed in the tier cache, what tier the subland block is in, and how far it is from the nearest settlement. And that calculation is first get the tiers that is of the tier number we are currently on. So it's going to reduce this list down to the 4 for the tier that we're in. Oops. Then the effective distance, and we saw this when we were doing when it calculates the distance, the effective distance to determine the tier of the subland block originally. Same thing it did here. So if the distance to settlement is less than 0, which means it's -1 in the database, means it's further than 25, so we don't care. So it makes it the giant max 32-bit int value. Otherwise, it's the distance. So it'll either be 2.1 billion or it'll be 25 or less. Then our candidates are where the min range for settlement is less than or equal to our effective distance. And then we take the max value. We take the max tier that is less than or equal to that distance. So, and then we return the candidate, well, the first candidate for it, based off of that range. So that all looks good. Program here is going to be registering the new singleton for the tier cache, and I think that's it in this guy. Yep. And here's our roller. So there's all the other methods that it was using in there. So just the record definition, another record definition for a generated mob, another record definition for a roll result. This is the big return value that we use. Stat keys, condition keys. That's cool. It changed it to, it pulled off the chance and made it a nice capital word. That's nice. That's a nice little touch. I'll take it. I didn't need it, but I'll take it. Roll. So roll, we pass all that stuff in that we looked at the bit. And then we just have a bunch of roll counts here for these 4, which is just RNG next. If it's Limen influence, it's Limen max. Otherwise, it's max +1. And the +1 is because it never gets up to that number. It's less. And it always returns an int. So we get 4 roll counts here based off of mob, loose loot, chest, and resource max. And it has the min and max there. Now, I only defined the max. I didn't define min, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's just max. You could have 0, but we don't set 0 as a min because it's always the min. You can't have -1. That would be weird. It'd like suck a mob out of your body or something. That'd be kind of strange. Maybe that's a weird event we make. All right, so then we make a new list that is of the mob count that we rolled. I think 0 is valid in this. What did the describe do? Anything? I gotta stay over it for it to think. I'm just curious what describe does here. Oh, it's just describing the integer. Yeah, okay. So list with a capacity, if it's equal to 0, it's an empty array. Okay, I just want to make sure that was valid. Negative would be an out of range exception, but 0 is just an empty array. Okay, cool. I want to make sure that was valid. All right, and then we will pick a mob type, which we're going to do down there based off of our candidates. The adjustment from Limen, if there is said one. If it's Limen influenced and there are RNG for it. If picked is null, no candidates for this terrain plus tier, nothing to roll. Yeah, I guess that's true. If we don't have any defined, it's not going to put anything there. So there's no reason to run through this 4 times if we were supposed to generate 4 and not get anything. So, okay. And then down here, we roll the weather based off of that stuff and then return result. Okay, so then roll count we already looked at. Roll pick mob type. If there's no candidates, return null. Makes sense. Then we're going to select oh, so when so the weight is if it's limit influenced, then it is the min of 0.5 or the weight plus the limit adjustment. Weight. That's not true. That's wrong. Because what that's going to do is if it's limit influence, then anything that is above 50% becomes 50%. And that's not what we want it to do. It's only when it's below 50% does it get increased to a max of 50%. So that's not right. That should be, let's think. And actually that's even worse. Let me think. Because that's basically adding. So at 10%, and say let's say the spawn chance is 10% and the limit adjustment is 10%. That's 10 plus 10 is 20, so it's going to take 20%. That's fine. But if it's 45% plus 10 is 55, it's going to take 50. That's fine. But if it's 60%, it shouldn't add anything to it. It should just be 60%, not 50%, which is what that's going to result in. So that's wrong. Otherwise, it's just the spawn percent. Yeah. So that bit is wrong. We're going to have to fix that. We'll come back to that in a second. Wrong. So then our total weighted dot sum the weights, roll our random times the total, and then pick which one it picks out of that and return the type. Okay. All right, so that's wrong. We'll figure that out. So roll mob. This is where we are rolling the stat block. So we pick the name. So it actually assumes there's more than one. It isn't right now, but if there's more than one, it'll randomly pick a name out of that list, which is cool. Otherwise, if it doesn't have anything, if it's back null, it'll use the archetype name, which will never happen. And then we'll roll the stat block, and then that's down here. And it's deserializing the stat block JSON for the definition. La 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 for each key in the stat keys. Get the range. So then we roll equals the range min is greater than or equal to the range max. If the min is greater than or equal to the max, then you use the min. That should never happen, but okay, I guess it's a fair sanity check there. Otherwise, roll min. If you don't do that, then you put those values opposite in here, and then you get an exception because that throws an exception at that point. Your values are backward. So min max plus 1. Result, put them in the max and the rolled. And it does it for each stat key and then return the result. Okay, that makes sense. Roll weather is similar. Parses the JSON. Says it's limit influence, then ranges dot limen. Otherwise, ranges dot normal. If we can't find it, it's unknown or returns. Wind speed. Yeah, that's fine. Condition keys is just selecting one that we picked. Or it's just getting them into the weighted things. It weights clear. Where did that come from? That should be... That shouldn't ever happen, but I guess it's a good to have a fallback if all of the different conditions are set to nothing. Return something that makes sense. Then it goes through and picks it out. Yeah, okay. Min max DTO, weather range is DTO. That's just defining the different based on what they mean. Okay. So the only bug then is this. So trying to think if there's a single easy little thing like I did here to do this, because basically we need to say if the original spawn chance percentage is greater than or equal to 50%, use it. Otherwise, do this. Because this would be valid for everything under 50%, and that's fine. And the only reason, I mean, I could write this myself, but the only reason I'm going to have Claude do it is so that it gets it into the context. And I don't think this ADR would cover it properly if it's not in there. So this is, I need it to know the context of this and why it's wrong. Okay, so this is the mob type thing. So when calculating the, what would this be called? The weight for the mob candidates. Influence, the formula is incorrect. This is what you are doing now. But when the spawn chance percentage is greater than or equal to 50%, it should just use that value, Limen influenced or not. If it is less than 50%, then the math min formula is correct for Limen influence spawns. Spawn weights. Influenced. Fluenced. We'll leave that there. We'll come back to it, see what other bugs we find. Terrain type definition. Yep, we got to add that to that and that to that because we hadn't used it yet, and that all makes sense. That's just our core objects. Tier definitions, it had to, let's see, what was in there before? Oh, just those three things. So it added in, we only had the first three before, added everything else that we didn't have yet. So that works. Yeah, before we only cared about these three for determining the tier on a subland block. So that's all it needed. But we really need all of that data coming back now. It was inevitable. We already looked at these migrations. Let's look at those again. So the subland block generation queries. Let's see, we added in Getting all the terrain types has to return the weather parameters now, and then getting all the tiers has to return all the different columns now. That makes sense. Terrain type cache. Weather parameters coming back. Weather parameters coming back. Tests, sure, whatever. You've got to define the full tier now that we're using the full tier. That makes sense. Yeah, these do some things. There's some stuff this stuff just doesn't do, but it does a decent job of testing things for the world generator. So then the admin tool, cell collection converter. What do we got here? Convert values from target type. What the hell is this doing? True, and a sub-land block cell ID matches a view model's current select. Oh, so this is just okay, I see. Null divisibility. Okay. Sub-land block grid. So we have to add the GUID to it. We needed that now. We also need all the detail defined and model for that, and all the mob detail model defined for that, and how it shows in the combo box. Index. Oh, so it's numbering them so I can easily see how many are in the list if I don't want to count them. Nice. Cool. And then our view model. Got a whole bunch of new observable properties that were added. Not shocking, because we got to put all those values somewhere. We have the collection of the mobs, and then which one is selected, so we know what to put in the mob detail bit. So we clear the selected cell when we first load the grid. Makes sense. And then on selected cell, going to put the ID, which is a sub-land block ID, because it's coming out of this cell object. Assumes it's false. Detail status is empty. Clears it out, so we know nothing broke. Goes and gets that land block based off of our ID, which is coming from the land block that we already have in the model. And this is our cell. I didn't want to stage this line. Undo. Yes. Unstage. Thank you. I hate that little pop-up like that. It's so annoying. It's related items, nothing. Okay. Oh, that did all kinds of weirdness there. Okay. All right, and then if it's not found, we return the message. If it is success, then we say status code status. Oh, so like it'll be, yeah, not 404, not found. That's this one. 200 okay would be most likely what it shows there. Response body was empty or cannot be parsed if it can't parse the response. Okay, and this is getting all the detail back out of that and putting it into the observable property, which is the text cell or whatever it is. Clear generated mobs, add the mobs that we got back in there, and then select the mob becomes the first or default on that list and has selected cells true. Exception handler. Clear selected cell, clears all that crap out. Okay. That all looks good. And then our view. It does stuff. Bunch of new resources for binding data and triggers and whatnot. And then we now have a third column. We have 5 columns actually. Yeah, because, yeah, so we had initially it was a first column, a 32 pixel padding column, and then everything else. Now it's the first column, 32 padding, the grid, 32 more padding, and then everything else. That's our third per se column. We have a button. Okay, so when it's building out the grid now, instead of it being just a text block with a border, it's now a button that's going to look like a text block with a border. So I can click said button. I'm pretty sure you can do it on click on a text block too, but this is probably cleaner. And this is our panel for all of our stuff. So we'll just see what that looks like. I'm not going to read through all that. If it looks okay, it looks okay. All right, so we got to fix the one bug. Let's just see if it. I want to give it this context. I'm curious what it's going to change. Yeah, see, the ADR was needed to reflect that one, so I don't have to go find the documentation it wrote and edit it myself. I am curious about this though. Like, if there was a max of 9, why did it go to 13? It's weird to me. Unless this isn't valid. Like, this could also be entirely valid. Invalid that it thinks it's greater than 9. Well, this is just saying, this is just a grep to get 0 through 9. This says mob max of 5. So why these 3 came out, who knows? Where'd this 3 come from if it's not actually here? It only did it 3 times. We'll be testing that, no doubt. All right, so now if we come back to here, this is where it was, right? Yeah, so if it's limited influence and the spawn chance is less than 50%, then do this thing. Otherwise, yeah, that's what I would have done too. Yep. A simple little and, all that was missing. Easy change. Okay, so now, in theory, we can run this thing. We can go get a land block ID. Come in here, load it. Okay, nothing's shown over here yet because we haven't selected anything. Now my mouse turns into a little hand on everything. Nice. I do see there's a pixel white border between all of these now. And that's okay. If this was the client UI, I'd get picky, but I understand why it's there because it's a button. So now if we pick grass, it didn't flash. It's just pink. You lied to me. It's fine. It's obvious enough, I guess. Okay, so that was fast. I clicked that and that stuff popped up instantly. Ooh. All right, so sublandlock ID, terrain type, elevation, travel time modifier, survivor modifier, player count, distance settlement, tier 1, number of mobs 10, loose chest 000, wind speed 9, that's sunny. 10 seems high. I have to have missed it rolling something wrong. I glossed over it and I shouldn't have. After we found that one roll being wrong, I should have went back and double checked this, knowing that even during its testing, it saw it was weird. This doesn't seem right. So a tier 1 grass, there's no way 10 mobs are supposed to spawn there. So if we come in here and look at terrain types, wait, no, just doesn't matter the terrain type. It's just tiers. It's as far from the settlement as it can be. So it's going to be the tier. It's tier 1, but as far from settlement as it can go. So it's this guy. Oh no, mob max is 15. Never mind. I was thinking of closer to the settlement. Okay. So then here, though, the rest of the rolls, loose loot max is 2, we rolled a 0. Chest is 0, we rolled a 0. Resource max is 1, but we still rolled a 0. So, okay. We rolled 10 mobs. It's a good variety, I guess, for dummy data that works. So if we look at mob spawn weights, I can enter it. So terrain type for grass is what? The top one, 2. Terrain type ID equals that. Oh, does it not want it in? Oh, let's see what quotes on this. There we go. Okay, so we have 80 rows that could possibly be. Order by mob type ID. I mean, that's basically the same. Disable order by. We have a bunch of different options here. Let's come over here. Look, star from mobs. I don't like. There's some weird things about Postgres that I got to get used to. Am I spelling it wrong? Mob? Is it just not in? Oh. This is in the wrong database. This is only looking at the world database. This is not looking at the definitions database. Okay. From mob spawn weights, there we go. Inner join mobs types. I'm just assuming similar syntax to SQL at this point. Yep. Yeah, because we've defined that. So mob type ID is a mob type ID there. Where terrain type ID equals that. There we go. The Minotaur, all those are possibles. We didn't get all of those. What did we get? So we got mantis, satyrs, minotaurs, centaurs, parasites, colossus, and panther. Minotaur, centaur, satyrs, panther, parasite, colossus. What was the other one that I mentioned? There's all of them. Yeah, so they're all in there. So that's all supposed to be there. So that's good. Oh, and tier equals 1. Should still be the same list. They all had 4 basically in there. You should never have duplicates basically. And that missed that. But yeah, they're all here. So we've got them all in here. Okay, so then we can come and look at, let's see, we're looking at a mantis. So let's look at mantis, which is this guy. And tier 1. Limen is between 0 and 2. Got 1. Okay. All right, give me this, and let's do this. So health is between 16 and 29. It got a max roll. That's pretty damn lucky. Agility, 3 to 8. Got a 5. Stamina, 15 to 25. Got a 19. Strength, 3 to 7. Got a 7. Endurance, 2 to 6. Got a 6. We're getting a lot of max rolls. Intelligence, 1 to 3. Got a 3. When they're small, it's hard to get not max rolls, though. So, okay. But those all fit. That was Sneaking Mantis, and these are both are Sneaking Mantises in here. They're all budding satyrs. Feral Minotaur. Basic Model Colossus. I forgot that I put that in there. So the Mantis and the Satyrs we had the most of. We got 2 Mantis and 3 Satyrs, and then we've got 1 of all the other ones. So that's another thing to look at is, let's look at our spawn weights on all of these. If we order descending here, what did we say we had? We had 2 Mantis, 3 Satyrs. 20%, 20%. I'm surprised. We got a Centaur, though, didn't we? We got 1, yeah. We got 1 Centaur. It just happened to roll down here. But we didn't get anything down here, did we? We got a Parasite. We happened to get a Parasite. So, but it was less likely. And then we got a Panther. And then we got Satyrs and Mantis and Colossus and Minotaur and Centaur. So we got more of Satyrs and Mantises than I thought. I thought we'd got more of these, but it's the luck of the roll, right? It doesn't have to always be exactly weighted that way. Otherwise, that's defeating the purpose of random. Okay. And then if we look at the names, we should be able to see on all the tier 1s. Snarling Centaur, that I believe that was it, right? Yeah. Sneaking Mantis, Budding Satyr. So Sneaking Mantis, Budding Satyr, whatever you want to call. Feral Minotaur. And usually if one's right, they're all right. But there's 10 here, I might as well check them. Stinging Parasite, Restless Panther, and Basic Model. So Stinging Parasite, Restless Panther, Basic Model Colossus. Yeah, that all looks good. Okay. Weather, we got Sunday. Wind speed was 9.6. We probably need to round that. That's a bit excessive. Probably need to just change that to be I don't know why that rolled as a decimal instead of an integer. I don't know why it thought that needed to be a decimal. We'll fix that though. That's fine. Okay. So if we stick to one next to it, it's also a tier 1. It rolled 11 mobs. It has 2 loose loot. So We could have 3, but we have 2. Okay. Well, we have 2. We got 2. We didn't get a chest. We got 1 resource node because we shouldn't have a chest. But we did get our 1 resource node out of it. We got 11 mobs here. Similar names. Electrophiles, huh? Let's see. It's weird that we were like, we're getting more of the lower percentages than the higher. Which makes me wonder if the way we're rolling these is wrong. No, not really. Because what it's doing is it's just summing up all the possibilities. Like if we sum all this up, this is not 1, right? That's not the idea. So let me. It sums to 3.47. So then what it does is it then rolls 0 to 3.47 and then traverses down the list until it gets to what its roll was, and that's what it gets. Doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means we're rolling higher numbers at times. But we're getting lower ones too. Like the 50% one is a centaur, and we're getting that. So it's not like they're not happening. We got another one here too. It's just good to know because that will affect how we weight these long term, right? It may be that we need to make it so either these are bigger and or these are smaller or both, right? Like this might need to drop down to 5% instead of 10, and this I might need to go to 75 instead of 50, right? Just to get more of them to spawn. There might have to be a bigger disparity between them, but it's working as intended. It's just the numbers got to get tweaked. Same thing we had to do with the world gen. We had to fix it to do what we wanted to do. I want to get one that's not tier 1. Also tier 1. Tier 1. It goes pretty quick when the API is woken up. I think I have to look and see what the sleep time is on the API. It feels like it's too quick. If it's active, it doesn't go to sleep, but it feels like it goes to sleep faster than I would expect it to. Tier 1 trees. So trees are different. We have different things that can spawn in there. Similar list, but still tier 1, tier 1, tier 1. That's very fast. I'm very happy with the speed of this generation. That makes me breathe a little sigh of relief because I knew this was going to be one of the bigger tasks of constantly calling the API is generating this data, but it's super fast, so that's great. These are all tier 1s so far, which is a bit odd. Now, to be fair, this block may not have anything but tier 1s because it was generated old before we had tiers. I could do this. Oops. Load it up here. I know the seed for this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I believe. And force regenerate. Come back over here. Load it again. There we go. So now there'll be different tiers, I imagine. Tier 3. There we go. Now. Interesting. Now we got a tier 3. We only got 3 mobs out of it. But we got higher level mobs. We got Boar, Minotaur, and Colossus on tier 3 of grass. So good. We don't have to change that. We can change this. And then do that. Let's sort descending here. Boar, Minotaur, and Claw. So pick some higher level ones, so that's good. But then that just means on the tiers, on tier 3, that is -1 from a settlement. So tier 3 is this guy. It could have spawned 18, but we got 3. But now we have 3 loose loot, 1 chest, 1 or 2 resources. We got 1 loose loot, no chest, and we just got a low roll, a low RNG on this one. That's all there is to it. But Towering Boar, Ravenous Minotaur, and Overclock Colossus, those are definitely different mob things. So actually, we had it in this here. So if we look over to mob things, aka names, hard words. So tier 3, Ravenous Minotaur. What do we say? The other one was Towering Boar and Overclock Colossus. Overclock Colossus and Towering Boar. Yeah. So I got the names changed. So that's good. Water is going to have a completely different set of stuff in there. See how it goes to sleep too fast, I think. No mobs. Interesting. 1 loose loot and 1 resource node. We didn't say any chests, I guess. What did we pick on those for that tier? What tier is that? Tier 2? It could have had a chest, it just didn't. Let's try this other water node. Hey, we got a fish. Merfolk, shark, whale, crocodile. Hey, look at there. It actually kind of works. My tables are somewhat decent. 5 mobs, 2 loose, 1 chat, 1 resource. This is tier 4. Tsunami fish, whirlpool shark, maelstrom whale, deep current crocodile. Now, if we go back to it, what's going to happen is it's going to re-roll it, so it won't be 0 anymore. It'll be something else. 16. This was a very active water pond with a lot of shit in it. It's lovely. I love it. I love when things start working. V for a cave. Let's see what spawns in a cave. That's a tier 1 cave. We get Withered Ghost, Watchful Sentinels, and Faded Wraiths. Yes, we get some creepy stuff in caves. I like it. We'll add some more creepy stuff in caves, but this is just a small subset of them. And it did make, I just realized it did make that copyable cool, so I can look it up in the subland block itself up in the database to make sure this stuff came back right. Cliffs? What spawns on cliffs? I forget what I put on cliffs. Yes, so flying things and elementals, that kind of stuff got on cliffs because there's not much living on cliffs, more flying things. So that makes sense. Mountains. We got giant cyclops birds. What about deserts? Yes. And what other weird bits do we have in here we can try? Got another weird bits? Desert. No, it wasn't. Dirt wasn't. D isn't desert. D is dirt. This is dirt. R is desert. And now we just get just very stuff that lives in desert. So perfect. This doesn't have a settlement, right? No, it doesn't. Okay. There was, I think this thing is going to generate mobs and settlements just because it is, and I did associate some mob types to it. I'm probably going to take those out because I want settlements to kind of be to be a safe spot. But I don't know, do I have a settlement in here somewhere that I can pick on? There's nothing generated there yet. So let's come back down. Let's go this way. No settlement here. Nothing here. Nothing generated on that yet. I forget where my north-south bits are. I don't think it's here. I think we gotta go to the right of mountains because then there's gonna be a big desert, and then we still don't have a settlement here. We have ice here, a couple that are left over, but there's a lot of water. Let's see what ice spawns. So frosted element. There's not gonna be a lot of ice, I don't think. There wasn't a lot to really fit on there. I'll have to figure out what else. We got a bunch of elementals basically is what is on ice. Very barren. But no settlement here either. There is one here. Just click on some more ice and get some more data points. And the weather is kind of sticking to cloudy. There's no mobs on that one. Sticking cloudy there. This becomes sunny, cloudy, sunny. Cloudy on the hills, sunny. We go into, let's go back this way. I didn't check all the, I was expecting more snowing. Oh, that's right. Snowing doesn't happen until, oh no, we do have snow. There we go. Snow is in there. It's just not as common. Comes and goes. For mountains, we should have some different weather as well, and for desert. The desert's going to mostly be sunny or cloudy. And then mountains will have higher winds. Yeah, now we're at 18, 15. But there is, I saw snow there for a second, so there'll be a chance of snow on the mountains. Yep, snow in there. Okay. Let me go back to the settlement. Because it's going to spawn stuff. And I think I put like the alien species and some of the humanoid stuff in there, but not a lot. Where is the settlement? Here. Aliens. Yeah, so different like androids and stuff like that. And mechs were going to be in the cities. I don't know that I really want that, right? I really just kind of want cities to be cities. I'll probably pull those out and just spread them out somewhere else. There are other places that have those, but it's just not going to be cities. So we'll get that fixed. That's fine. We got rats. Can I click it again and get it to change and do it? It does. Good. Fungling. Cyclops. Nice. I am very happy with this. This is nice. Not saying all the mob pools and weather pools and all that stuff is perfect, but it is doing its job now. And if I'd made it Limen influence, I have to go set one of these manually. So what I could do is here. This is actually in world. Where ID is in just this guy. What am I on? I'm ice. That's probably a bad one to pick, huh? Let's do grass. Where there's gonna be more rare stuff happening. That's tier 1. These are all gonna be tier. I can change the tier. We'll take that guy. We will change it to, it's got a distance from settlement too. Interesting. We'll change this to tier 4 and make it Limen influenced. Save. Now, does it say it's limit? I thought it would. It doesn't say anywhere if it's Limen influenced. All right. Oh, that's cool. I like that. It does say it's Limen influence. That's different. I didn't expect that. I was expecting Limen influence, true, false. We got nothing. Now we got 18. So now we should be getting some weird. So this is grass tier 4. So if we come back here, grass is to tier 4. I'll enter. And then order by spawn chance ascending. Let's look at the oldest one. So Liminant is the lowest percentage, and then Naga, drone, electrifies. We got electrifies. Zypidar? Somewhat down there. Did we have a Liminant? Yeah, we had one. We had a void mark limits. We had the rarest one spawn. And the reason I would expect it here is because, and electrifies is here too. We don't have a Naga or a drone. We do have a drone, but we don't have a Naga, it doesn't look. But it's because he's getting boosted. So this is getting boosted by the tier saying, hey, you're tier 4, you are 15 from the settlement. So you're running in this one here. On a limit influence mob spawn, add 26% to the spawn chances. So all of these go from here to everything is a 50% chance of spawning at that point because of the weights. So everything has an equal chance to spawn, whereas before it was a much harder to get those to spawn. Nice. And the weather is more blustery. Like you couldn't get snow on grass before. Now we got snow, and the winds are higher. More resource nodes, like a tier 4 grass. At that, loose loot goes from 3 to 4. Mobs go from 20 to 25. Resources go from 2 to 3. So we wouldn't have gotten 3 if it wasn't influenced. So we could technically get 25 mobs instead of just 20 now as well. So if we click this again, now we got 5, but we got storms. And we got 2 chests, which I don't think we would have had. It would have went from 1 to 2. Yep. We wouldn't have had that before. 14 mobs, 22. Now we got 22. Getting all kinds of crap in this one. Cool. Fantastic. We got things getting populated now. So I think that covers what we wanted to do tonight. Let's see. Let's go back to our list. So doing all our API stuff, it's returning all this information, is generating all the dynamic stuff that we talked about, the weather, list of mobs. Yes, all of this is done. Great. I'm going to, well, we can check them all off. I don't feel like it though, so I'm just going to do this. We're going to make them not check boxes. Oh my God, it's so bright. There. Paste it back. Now it's not a checkbox anymore. I can just check the one. Because I'm lazy. Cool. So we got mobs. All right. So my homework between now and next week, since I'm not going to stream again this week, unfortunately, is I don't think I will. There's a chance, but it's probably low at this point. I will need to come up with some NPC data. So, like, we have our name pools for NPCs already. We've got that in existence. But what we don't have are any types. And because we have no types, we have no spawn weights. So I need to come up with these this week. And then once we get that, I will also need to come up with, I think, buildings. So we have the tables to store, like we have settlements, like we're creating settlements now. But there's no buildings set up for those. We have to define the buildings, which means we have to define building types, which I don't have anywhere in the definitions. Just don't even have a table for it yet. I don't think. No. So I need to find building types as well to get that in. So I'm going to try, and I might even just get this coded too, so we can just move on to starting actual UI stuff. But I at least need to get the NPC types and weights and the building types and weights, and those set up so that we're ready to generate stuff. Because that's a boring thing to do on a stream. I mean, I literally sat here over the past. Let's see, today's Tuesday. Last time I streamed was Thursday, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Over the 4 days, and as I had ideas, I just come in and throw them in my spreadsheet, and eventually had enough to fill stuff in. So that's boring to do on a stream. So we'll do that off stream. So I'll come up with those things, be able to fill that in, and then we'll be able to generate the buildings and NPCs and settlements, and then we'll have to come up with some rules for NPCs and how they spawn in the open world. It's not going to be like you have this whole land block. You're not going to have, out of the 2,600 blocks here, because it's 51 by 51, out of the 2,600 blocks, you're not going to have 1,000 NPCs. Maybe 5. I don't know what the max is, but it's just not going to be everywhere. You're going to have to, and they're going to be static. Like, the NPCs aren't going to be spawned by me clicking the box, right? Like, it's not going to be when I enter the land block. All of this stuff is generated when the player enters the land block. So that's what this was testing. The NPCs are going to get spawned when the sub land block gets generated, and we determine its terrain type and tier and distance and all that stuff. That's what's going to get generated here on the fly, and it's going to become static. So when you do the world export, if you do a private server, you have the same NPCs that exist in the other thing. Same with the settlements. When the settlement block spawns, it's going to determine the buildings and the NPCs that are in there, and that becomes static. Not every settlement, and just kind of thinking out loud here, not every settlement may have player housing and storage. I don't know that that's a rule yet. I'm still thinking about the pros and cons to that. I think the settlement buildings for different crafting stations or the different types of things that are going to go in there, I don't want it to be the same everywhere, because then you can just go anywhere to do anything, right? I think there's going to have to be tiers of those buildings, and chances that they just don't spawn some of the more uh, rare services will spawn less. I don't know what we considered rare. I don't even have a skill list for that stuff. That's the other challenging part of defining buildings, is I don't even have a skill list that I've come up with. So I probably need to define that too. Because all of our base skills is empty. I have ideas and we've got stuff documented in our game design, but none of it's actually written down and confirmed, because when we were first coming up with that stuff, I didn't even have a theme yet. Like, I wasn't even sure what the whole point of this was. Like, I just knew this was some of the concepts I wanted, but I didn't know the backstory. So now that we know we're on an alien planet and it's more futuristic than fantasy, you're not necessarily going to have the fantasy set of services like blacksmithing and alchemy and um, herbalism. I mean, you'll have forms of those things that do different things, but they're going to be more modern, right? Not as fantasy. So saying blacksmithing, while there might be some form of that, maybe it's metal smithing rather than blacksmithing, or metal, what is it called? There's a word um, for that profession, but it's going to be the more modern version of that. So I need to come up with all of those, which is really going to drive the building types, which means I need to kind of sit down and figure out the skills at the same time. Not all the details, but just like the high level, because there's, say, mining. Mining is going to be a thing. Mining is a modern day thing. We still mine for ore and stuff in the modern day. Um, there'll be a base skill for mining, right? I don't need to define the sub skills for all the different types of mining and oddities and stuff like that. Same thing with um, if we make like you think of tailor and leather worker and armor smith. There's going to have to be something that handles your gear, right? Your different protective gear and armor and whatever we call it, right? Um, but I don't need to define all the different subtypes of that yet. So I need the base, some of the base skills I got to figure out. So I need to write this down, because I'm not gonna remember in 10 minutes what I just said. So before I get down to here, determine base skills that are necessary for NPC and building types in settlements. Determine NPC types for both settlements and open world. Determine building types, although I should probably put that before. Building types for settlements. Yeah, so I've got it. This is a prereq to determine building types, which is a prereq to determine what NPC types need to go into those buildings and in the open world. There are NPCs that are unrelated to buildings, so those I could do, but if I can't do buildings, I can't do the settlements at all. Like the property settlements, I can't determine at all. So I've got to determine all this, because all this stuff is determined at time of generation, not time of player entry. And there's going to be things. The other thing that's dynamic to this is that there will be some base set that gets spawned, but I don't have to ever spawn a lot of things. Maybe there's certain types of buildings that don't spawn. Some building types may be defined, but have to be, craft is not the right word, but you know what I mean, built by the players. So maybe the rare things are those. Like, we don't actually have to spawn them. It's just a settlement spawns, and it's a basic settlement. Maybe there's a chance that something pops up. I mean, eventually it's going to have to exist for a player to discover it and be able to build it, but or for the world, I should say. Not just a player can discover it, but it becomes available to the world once it is discovered. But I got to be able to define that. So settlements don't have to be fully fledged and functioning. They just need to exist. And it may end up being that there's settlements that just spawn that are just NPCs and houses. And that's it. There's no services in that settlement. And it has to be, if players so choose to build stuff there, they can. Maybe there's not really an advantage to building something there other than location. And maybe all that is that settlement becomes a fast travel point, and that's it. You get there, and then once a player builds a fast travel point there, it becomes a fast travel point. I don't know. These are all little details of the ideas that I came up with that we're going to have to work out. But that is why we're doing what we're doing. Like, none of this stuff, all of this how we did mob rolls and all this stuff didn't exist before last week. Like, we knew we needed to spawn mobs, and no idea how we were going to do that. And we determined all that crap last week and how we roll this stuff for a subland block. So we'll figure it out. But yeah, this is my homework. It's probably good that I don't have a stream Thursday because this ain't going to happen by Thursday. I can tell you that much. It's just not. I'll get started with it, but it won't be done by Thursday. It'll be next week before it's done. And that's really, we have to do this. We have to get this bit done before we move on. But yeah, and then once this part is done, which, I mean, once I define these things won't be hard at all. Like, these will be, we did a lot of the kind of working out the details for this today. It's going to be similar. It's just going to get tagged into the subland block generation rather than player entry. So, but then that finishes phase 3. It's about what I expected to take for this. I don't remember when we started this. It was a couple weeks ago, but we are. It took a bit to hash all this out. I had to come up with a ton of names. I'm glad I didn't come with, like, the names was fun just because I was like, hey, there's no way I'm coming up with thousands of names constantly. I also determined how we can just reuse them and put numbers after them and stuff like that to make it realistic for a futuristic game. But I just took names out of the giant lists of names that humans give our babies when they're born around the world, and took the most popular ones and wrote a script, add suffixes and change letters in them. And now we got weird names. So, yay. But that's all going to have to go into here too. Like, we've got the name pools, right, for NPCs. But all these name pools define is the name and it's male or female. And I know that's not both in here anywhere, but it's arbitrary, to be fair. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't define that this name has to go to this NPC type, and it's never going to define it. It's just like, this is our pool of, I forget how many names we put here, 1,000 names. Some are known names. There are some that are more futuristic names further down. Like, most of these are known names, obviously, when you look at them. But if I order, I don't know, I can order these in any way to see. I can just look at my lists. If I go into here, NPC names, and I go to the bottom, this is where we get weird names that are not, like, the bottom 150, I think, are the randomly generated bits. Not randomly, but they take a real name and change something about them. Add a different suffix to it. Rolando, Amalex. That, I mean, it could be a real name. It's not a common one, but it was a common one we converted. I think this was probably Alex, and we added ME in here and made it Amalex. Well, no, that's female, so that's not. I mean, Alex can be female too. That's true. Alexandria. So yeah. But yeah, it's getting real. We're seeing things. 8:30, huh? Do I have any more spiel that we can do or things to test aside from making the PR for this, which I should do so I don't lose any of this? I will need to ask it because it always screws it up when I just say make PR when there's other changes that weren't in this session. So, although this branch was all in this session, so I don't think I actually committed anything, did I, to this branch? Nope. Okay, it'll be fine. It'll do it just right. Just by clicking the button. Let's go ahead and get that done, get that committed. I'm going to write all my notes for me so I don't have to. And then we'll be done. No, it puts a link there. I guess people were missing this little thing down here. All right, so there's our thingy here. Wires up all that stuff, all this stuff, and that stuff. Cool. And it builds. Well, it's testing its build now, but go ahead and merge it. And delete our branch. Come over here. Get back to main. It didn't commit my to do. Why didn't it? Oh, these are new. That's fine. I didn't actually hit save, so that's my fault. All right, so let's go back to main. Bring the changes to main. Yep. What are you unhappy about? Oh, wait, hang on. Let me do this first. Don't save. Close. Delete. Oh, you shouldn't be seeing all these different changes. Most of that was there already. Excuse me? Compare current and incoming. Let me just copy this. Take theirs. There. These are staged, unstage. There. So it didn't actually commit those. You rat monkey butt. Oh well. Whatever. We'll come in next time. Ain't the end of the world. All right, so now we make sure we got the latest. Oh my god. All right. I know these are the 3 lines here. Undo changes. Yes. Pull. There we go. Go suck an egg. There. I win. And now I can delete this branch. Here we go. You got a weird UI bug right there, buddy. Okay. Well, on that fun note of merging and getting a UI bug for being weird, we will call it there. So thank you all for watching. We will be off the rest of the week. Thanks for stopping by, Marks. I'll check out your game here in a little bit, probably as I'm falling asleep. And we will talk to you all later. Have a good evening, good afternoon, good night. Bye.